guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. U.S. full faith and credit weakening, according to Fitch Ratings, which downgraded the U.S. credit rating this week. University of Central Florida economist Sean Snaith says it does not look like anyone in Washington is paying attention.
We just see this political theater of the debt ceiling and government shutdowns, and then another giant bill gets passed.
Snaith says getting serious about the national debt means entitlement reform. FBI Director Christopher Wray is announcing the rescue of more than 200 victims of sex trafficking in a nationwide campaign dubbed Operation Cross Country.
The feds activated nearly every field office plus state and local partners to identify or arrest more than 6 suspected human traffickers. The 2-week initiative resulted in the rescue of 59 minor victims of child sex trafficking and sexual exploitation and another 59 kids who had been reported missing. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is a significant partner in the initiative. I'm Brian Shook.
The U.S. State Department's ordering non-emergency U.S. government employees and eligible family members to evacuate from Niger after last week's military takeover. In a statement Wednesday, the State Department said the U.S. Embassy in Niamey has temporarily reduced its personnel. Former Vice President Mike Pence says anyone who puts themselves above the Constitution should never be president.
I had no right to overturn the election. And then on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution. But I chose the Constitution, and I always will.
While speaking on Donald Trump's recent indictment, Pence said he fulfilled his own duty by certifying the election results on January 6, 2021. This is USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Former Republican Vice President Mike Pence is articulating the damage that's being done to U.S. families across the country, he says, due to Bidenomics.
They've enacted policies that have literally lit the pilot light on the worst inflation in 40 years.
Pence said the cost of living is rising due to Biden's policies. He laid out his plan to drive down inflation if elected president, stating that he will end runaway spending in Washington. A massive wildfires threatening California's iconic Joshua trees. The York fire began Friday and has burned more than 82,000 acres. It goes through the California-Nevada border and is the largest in the Golden State this year. While very few live in the region around the Mojave Desert fire, the preserve protects endangered tortoises and hundreds of rare plants. A man is under arrest for allegedly stealing a forklift and smashing into downtown Los Angeles landmarks.
One after another, the Apple Tower Theater, walls and windows smashed. Several blocks away, the McGuire Gardens, where the man allegedly slammed the forklift into the World Peace Bell, knocking it and a street lamp over. Police caught up with the man and took him into custody. Witnesses say the forklift was stolen from a nearby job site. I'm Phil Hewlett.
Wall Street's closed with stocks lower Wednesday. This comes after that downgrade in the credit rating for the U.S. The NASDAQ lost 310 on the day. The Dow lost 348 points. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 85% water, right?
85% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't onesies. And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay away? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then. Thank you very much. Don't mind if we do. Let's get it started. All right, progressively, we will close out Hump Day and make our way into the third day of August. Yes, already. That'd be a Thursday. Can you see the weekend out there on the horizon? Yep, it'll be here before you know it. So, hope your week's going well. Hi there, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios on a mostly cloudy night outside the secret bunker. Yeah, a few degrees warmer tonight, though. 71 currently. All right, we have a launch slated to take place. A SpaceX Falcon 9. A little less than an hour from now. Technically, there's a 2-hour launch window that's going to open up at 12:15. And as I look at the countdown, they've reset things a couple times already. Right now, it's showing 51 minutes till launch. What do we have? This is the launch of the Galaxy 37 communications satellite. Yes, during this late night hour, early Thursday morning, Pad 40, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. It'll be the 52nd launch for SpaceX this year. I mean, talk about leaps and bounds technology, the number of launches, 52 launches for SpaceX. It'll be the 6th flight for this particular Falcon 9 booster. First flew back in October of last year, actually carrying the Crew Dragon to the International Space Station. Looks like tonight's launch, the booster going to land on the drone ship. Yeah, out there in the open waters, about 8.5 minutes after launch. But inside the payload is a 5 metric ton Intelsat Galaxy 37 communications satellite, equipped with 4 deployable antenna reflectors for both C-band and Ku-band transmissions. It will serve television and telecommunication networks and the U.S. government in North America. The Ku-band payload, which offers mobile communication services jointly owned by Intelsat and JSAT International, built by Maxar. Yes, just the last in a series of satellites to refresh Intelsat's Galaxy fleet of satellites operating over North America. All right, so it'll be an interesting night here. So some folks, if you're down in that region, near the Space Coast there, you will indeed, I guess, get the sound of a sonic boom with the return of the booster. A little over an hour from now. All right, so we'll keep an eye on the countdown clock there. Meanwhile, we do have a bit of an active night weather-wise. If you're traveling through Missouri, strong storms. We've seen torrential rains, a lot of flood warnings in place as these storms are very slowly dropping to the southeast, right through the heart of Missouri. Jefferson City is one of those areas that's under a flood warning. Over the last several hours, I could probably pull up the number, see how many inches of rain had fallen there. Rolla, Missouri, you had one heavy round come through. There's a tiny bit of a break in the action here for the next few minutes, but an even stronger round is going to be dropping into Rolla, Missouri. So really right now, though, that looks like travel. St. Louis, you're on the northern edge of the shower activity. Travel along Interstate 44. is going to be crawling from St. Louis to Rolla, and areas from Rolla a bit further south towards Springfield are going to see some of these torrential storms moving through over the next couple of hours. And yes, they are producing severe thunderstorm warnings, strong straight-line winds, some hail in the mix there as well. Elsewhere, we've got a lot of spotty shower activity, as we've seen through much of this week. In the western reaches of the country as the monsoon season finally kind of kicks into gear. There are some heavy downpours from just east of Denver, down toward north of Pueblo, Colorado. You'll find spotty showers out toward Grand Junction, toward Steamboat Springs. Pretty heavy cluster of thunderstorms in that northwest corner of Utah there. A lot of light to moderate rain in central and east central portions of Nevada tonight. Again, a lot of this just very sporadic showers and thunderstorms. Some spotty showers through central portions of Kentucky tonight. That's all light to moderate. Shouldn't slow you down too much. East Coast is looking pretty good. From Maine to Florida, not much of anything happening in that zone. But as we take a look at our travelers' weather, forecasters warning, this is a busy pattern with severe thunderstorms and flooding downpours that's going to pretty much continue through the central states one day to the next, right on into and through much of the weekend. Multiple disturbances will be riding along the northern edge of that heat dome, which remains anchored over Texas. Through the end of the week, not out of the question, some towns could be hit with drenching thunderstorms or maybe severe thunderstorms 2 or 3 times. One zone where storms are likely to be repeat offenders through the rest of the week will extend from eastern Colorado and southeast Wyoming to much of Nebraska, northern and western Kansas, and southern South Dakota. That multi-day threat will affect the Denver metro area. Vast stretches of I-80 and I-70 there over the Central Plains. Now, it's going to vary from one day to the next, right on through Saturday, but it's possible the severe aspect may take a break in that zone briefly on Friday. Most of the days will bring some nasty storms. Outdoor plans and travel will be changing. Coming up Saturday to kick off the weekend, a strong storm going to begin to roll eastward over the Central Plains Saturday afternoon, Saturday night. That risk for severe weather will extend further to the northeast into portions of southern Minnesota and much of Iowa. Same system continues to roll eastward for the second half of the weekend into early next week. Looks like Sunday, some of the major cities in the Midwest, Chicago, Detroit, Indianapolis, could be at risk for some dangerous, powerful storms. Well, we will see some travel disruptions, some power outages, some localized property damage. Flooding is really a concern. It may become life-threatening. Forecasters are going to closely monitor flash flooding concerns from southeast Nebraska to central and eastern Missouri, southern Iowa, the southwestern portions of Illinois, southern and western Kentucky, and much of Tennessee, and even northern Georgia between now and Saturday. Part of that same zone is going to be a hot spot for severe weather over the middle portion of the Mississippi Valley, including the risk for a few tornadoes, potentially even through the overnight hours tonight. Many areas are going to see 2 to 4 inches of rain, where you see some of these heavier pockets. They're talking 4 to maybe 8 inches of rain, could even see some totals approaching 12 inches, and most of that is going to fall within a few hours. All right, even beyond Saturday, the flooding and locally gusty storm risk continues to extend as far south as the Gulf Coast. So we got a lot to keep our eyes on here as we make our way into a Thursday. But again, hope your week's going well. Philly Dan is on board. Hey there, the city of brotherly love, checking in out of the box. Everybody stay safe out there. Hello to Patty. Patty says stay safe. Hello, Pappy, 72 degrees, the far southwest side of Hamilton County, Ohio. Saddle up. Let's get this show started. Hammer down and be safe. And by the way, save our country. There's Sergeant MacGyver checking in from Reno, Nevada. 79, partly cloudy as we're rolling down toward Vegas. Vincent, good morning, Steve. I wonder how much money the owner walked away with after shutting YRC down. Good question. We've got updates. It's the company with 9 lives, and believe it or not, the headline says it may not be done yet. What the hell's going on? We'll break it down. Okay, copy the mail 5-7. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve. Overnight family. Everybody stay safe. There's Milkman checking in from Spring Green, Wisconsin. 73 degrees, a moonlit trailer truck at night, moving the milk. Hello to Miss Millie, 71 here in my area, the Bluegrass. Haven't been checking in a whole lot lately. My medication's making me rather sleepy and busy trying to get my place sold before the cold weather sets in. But we'll stay in my beautiful state of Kentucky. Everybody take care, be safe and blessed. Have a great day. All right, appreciate the update there. Miss Millie, thanks for checking in. Jeffrey, good morning, Steve. Ready for another exciting show this morning. We'll see if we can live up to your expectations there. Kentucky Ken, good morning, the Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, Kentucky Ken, get ready to load up from Duluth, Minnesota, rolling to Wisconsin for the next show. Be an overnight drive all night long tonight. All right, good to have you on board. Thank you so much, Kentucky Ken. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, 63 degrees northbound on 87 in New York. And Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. It was a little warm today. Wife and I went to the driving range so she could work on her swing that she's been getting some lessons to improve. I worked on mine as well. After we went and picked up our new glasses and stopped by the grocery, been working on schedules for next week. And looks like we're starting to get busy. Have a great night, and everyone be careful out there. All right, busy season for you coming on, all right? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, hello to Sparky, checking in from Hagerstown, Maryland. Headed toward Racine, Virginia. Everybody have a safe night out there. Heading on up to Rochester, New York. Morning, Steve. Third shift workers, wise old night owls. It's a cloudy night here in Rochester. Spent the day at the amusement park with the family and friends. Rode the Jackrabbit roller coaster. Same one that I rode first when I was 11. Well, I'm now 66. And the coaster is 103. Something older than me, believe it or not. Really. Happy Thursday, all you hard-working Americans. Glad to share the overnight drive with you. Everybody watch out for the other driver. Stay safe and enjoy. All right, let me start with an email here from one of our listening friends. Kyle says, "Hey, Steve, my name's Kyle. I run a diesel repair shop in Yukon, Idaho. Love the show. I've called in a time or two. I typically listen to the podcast during the day while I'm working. Was just listening to last night's and wanted to add some thoughts to some of Q-Ball's comments. He was talking about the quality of parts seeming to have become crap. He is correct. I see more part failures and more bad parts right out of the box than I've ever seen before COVID. Another gripe is parts that used to be commonplace just aren't on the shelves anymore. He mentioned he wishes manufacturing would move back to the United States. I do too, but one question you got to ask yourself, would you be willing to pay $200-300 more for the same part because it's made in the United States? But I totally agree with what he had to say. But just some food for thought anyway. I love the show. Keep up the good fight. And I'll look forward to calling in again sometime soon. Thank you very much, Kyle. I don't know. It's a valid question. You're going to pay more. But wasn't our previous generation, my grandparents always told me, you get what you pay for. I think with all the headaches he's going through with his truck, I think he'd pretty easily, happily pay $200-300 more and not have to be spending all this time repairing the same old damn part over and over again, replacing it. Or trying to trace down what the problem is when you just replaced a part. Yeah, you're thinking automatically, well, no, it can't be that. I just replaced that a year ago. All right, what do we have? Let's get a quick update on this, what's going on. Yellow appears to be poised to get a substantial bankruptcy loan from its primary creditor, Apollo. Now, we had that from FreightWaves in the second half of the program last evening. I came across that. In the wake of the news of its intent to file bankruptcy in the coming months, what do you mean months? This comes after news broke late last week indicating Yellow intends to file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy as soon as Thursday of this week. That would be today, Thursday. Now, we all know Yellow informed employees Sunday not to show up for work. They gave staff permission to freely talk about the shuttering operations. The investing giant is finalizing a deal to lead a debtor in possession, or DIP, financing for the imperiled trucking company. Apollo is well positioned to provide the financing because it owns most or one of Yellow's term loans. Talks are not final. Plans may change, they say. But Apollo is no stranger to Yellow. The investment firm was the lead lender on the company's $600 million term loan in 2019 when it was known as YRC Worldwide. Yellow's brush with bankruptcy is the latest in a long history of corporate struggles. Tracing its roots back to the 1920s, Oklahoma's City Cab Company, the name emblazoned on trucks across America's highway, is a callback to the origins of the company. But they explained the bankruptcy loan will give Yellow fresh cash and allow it to stay in operation while it consolidates and restructures its operation, as well as allowing it to fulfill its contractual obligations. Now, they go into the whole discussion about the Teamsters thing. Many industry experts believe that Yellow has legitimate grounds to terminate the employment contracts of the union members due to the actions of its leader, Sean O'Brien, who refused to agree to a previously agreed upon contract and restructuring agreement. You know, this particular breakdown is obviously siding with the likes of Yellow. It sounds like it's a very anti-union piece. Sean M. O'Brien, who fondly goes by SOB, was quick to throw Yellow under the bus as of late, when many insiders considered to be a move to appease UPS, which the Teamsters had been negotiating a record-breaking contract with. Many speculate the reason behind O'Brien's move was corporate murder and pressure from UPS, who had insisted that the Teamsters leader that they did not have the funds to cover the contract. A Yellow downfall would have increased freight volumes for UPS by as much as 2.3% across its entire network of trucks and subsidiaries like Coyote Logistics, LLC, which would have been sufficient to cover the contract with the Teamsters. Yellow's current financial situation and the prospect of bankruptcy is probably 2 decades in the making, as we know. Come back with more on that story just ahead.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA News Update. There's a new man in charge of the United Auto Workers, and he has some demands of the Big Three in Detroit.
The new head of the United Auto Workers Union, Shawn Fain, says his union members are suffering.
We're currently living in a cost of living crisis caused by corporate greed, while our wages have remained stagnant or regressed.
Fain took to social media to lay out the union's demands, including wanting a 32-hour work week for union members. Another demand is for the UAW to be allowed to strike if an auto plant is shut down. Currently, that's against federal law.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Apple Card's interest-bearing savings account has reached $10 billion in deposits. The high-yield account offered by Goldman Sachs was launched in April. Deposits earn an annual percentage yield of 4.15%. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Gain presents a tale of longing and long-lasting scent. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Add Gain scent beads for an even longer-lasting scent.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back on track here on a Thursday morning. All right, yeah, we're closing out a hump day, rolling into the 3rd day of August. Now let me finish up with this breakdown. News of Yellow's newfound cash flow caused the stock to soar by nearly 336% after being reported. It had originally plummeted to an all-time low of 56 cents per share on Sunday before leveling back off to around 70 cents, then surging Monday to $3.56 per share in after-hours trading. Of course, we know Tuesday it actually hit the $5 mark before dropping back down. Now, this is what I was speculating. These day traders, eager investors, quick to make a buck, may want to consider investing in Yellow, but we urge you be very careful with this stock. It's subject to rapid fluctuation. It is worth mentioning that early investors have made millions in just a few short hours this week. There you go. By paying attention to the news. It should be mentioned, Yellow is suing the Teamsters for over $1.1 billion in federal court for what it considers to be a breach of contract. And regardless of the purpose behind the bankruptcy and suing the Teamsters, it is going to be very messy for all involved in the future. Now, it says we reached out to the Teamsters leader Sean O'Brien before publishing this story in an attempt to get clarification on aspects of our story by contacting its offices, reaching out on Twitter and Threads. No response from the Teamsters, but they explained a debtor-in-possession loan is a loan intended to allow a company who has or plans on filing Chapter 11 to stay in business through bankruptcy. Business and operation, with the ultimate goal of being able to make a profit after bankruptcy. Oh, that's one story. Now, Vic, after we mentioned that Apollo thing, I guess he did a quick little search on that and found the story from Bloomberg, who had the headline, Apollo leads deal to provide trucker Yellow with bankruptcy loan. Steve, the interesting part of this article are debtor in possession are nefarious credit default swap activity. You know, the tax practice of tax loss harvesting could also play a role. Short version, there's more money in shutting down Yellow for properly positioned financial firms than keeping it open. Now, at 51% ownership, a hedge fund can actually control bankruptcy proceedings. Thus, the stock purchases, as Vic always says, regards. All right, then one last tidbit. FreightWaves had a totally separate scenario that they published this past day. But other industry headlines before we get to your calls at 844-844-3388. If you're going to retire, this would be the way to do it. Going out in a blaze of glory, a truck driver winning the lottery just days after notifying his boss of his retirement in Massachusetts last month. 65-year-old Paul Bashal was a truck driver for 20 years. When he finally decided it was time to retire, he gave his boss his notice. 3 days later, walked into a convenience store in Massachusetts and bought a $1 million winning lottery ticket. I told my wife there were 3 things in life I never thought I'd see happen. The Patriots winning the Super Bowl, getting a hole-in-one, that happened 5 years ago, and hitting the lottery. And now I've hit all 3. He finished out his last 2 weeks of trucking without telling anybody about the good news. He claimed his prize, accepting a one-time cash payment of $650,000 Friday, July the 28th. Simply says he looks forward to using his money to travel during his retirement. How about that? A little boost to the retirement fund there, huh? All right, this week, Schneider National announcing the acquisition of a major dedicated contract carrier. August 1, Schneider announced the acquisition of West Bridgewater, Massachusetts-based M&M Transport Services, LLC. Financial terms not disclosed. Following the acquisition, M&M Transport will operate as a wholly owned subsidiary of Schneider. M&M Transport's assets include 500 trucks, 1,900 trailers across 12 locations in the Northeast, Midwest, and Southwest. Schneider President and CEO Mark Rourke says by combining our respective expertise, knowledge, and resources, we will be better positioned to meet the evolving needs of our customers and expand our reach in the dedicated market. An exciting opportunity to leverage the best of both companies and use our complementary capabilities to deliver enhanced value for our customers and stakeholders. Now, both companies have a successful history of dedicated operational excellence, a reputation for superior customer service, and a common foundation of core values. So our cultures are an excellent match. That was the statement from M&M's founder, Mark Warsofsky. Now, as a wholly owned subsidiary of Schneider, M&T will continue to leverage our strength while capitalizing on Schneider's broad capabilities and resources to support continued growth, consistent, reliable service that our customers expect from M&M Transport. Mergers, acquisition, kind of crazy times, huh? All right, one more tidbit here. Hey, guess what's back? The smoke. After a brief interlude, smoky skies have returned to portions of the Great Lakes and the Northeast. Forecasters say that the wildfires in central Canada are to blame for this bout of smoke. Impacts should be pretty short-lived this time. Many across the Midwest and Northeast woke up Tuesday morning to a sight that's been all too familiar this summer, the orange-red sun hovering in a milky white sky. The thickest smoke's expected to remain off to the north in Canada, particularly portions of Manitoba and Ontario. Even still, smoke is forecast to traverse parts of Michigan, New York, to North Carolina, Virginia, and Delaware. So from Detroit to Pittsburgh to Washington, D.C. and New York City, you can expect to see some smoke in the air. Locations in the Great Lakes and Northeast will be seeing the most widespread impacts with hazy skies, those colorful sunrises and sunsets. Could also bring a bit of a reduction in visibility. There could be some localized cases of reduced air quality or more significant reduction in visibility. Either way, when the air quality index is over 100, sensitive groups may experience health effects, and even healthy individuals could continue to experience difficulty breathing, throat irritation after prolonged exposures. Smoky skies. And I don't think I ever got back to the rest of the story last evening about big fires out west, California, Nevada. Familiar with the Joshua trees? Joshua trees burning in this big blaze that started last Friday. I'll remember to get the rest of the story coming up here. But our number, 844-844-3388. 5-7, what's going on?
Oh, it's amazing how people will dump their animals in these lumber yards. Little toy pool out here running around. I couldn't catch you. I keep running over in my mind your story, really, after, the yellow deal. Every politics seems weak. But when you was going down the list of the new charges against President Trump, that first one, I forget what it was you said, but you were explaining it, where, if you violate, it's some obscure law they made against the KKK, but what was interesting is take Trump out, because Trump didn't tell anybody to violate anybody's rights. He didn't tell anybody to violate anything other than, I guess, Mike Pence. He was compelling him to, hold off on that because there was too much corruption. And, I guess that's the closest they could come up with. But Donald Trump told him to go peacefully protest. Okay, well, let's change this. All right, you're saying it could be up to, because somebody got hurt, Ashley Babbitt, and a few others. One woman, I've seen a story, one woman was beaten in the face by a police officer and drugged. And that story doesn't seem to get out there. There's all kinds of stuff going on. But take Trump out of the deal and look around, all right? We know Ray Epps was out there saying, go into the Capitol on the 5th. Go into the Capitol. People are saying, Fed. Then on the day of the 6th, go into the Capitol. And then he had a buddy that knocked down the bicycle fences, and there was a guy up in the tower. Well, Ray Epps, in my book, according to what you were saying, up till the death penalty, well, right there is a man that should be charged. And to me, at the least, I guess, he was making a joke out of the Trump supporters. If he did not go in, everything, it was just, a Trump supporter that was just, hey, I'll teach these fools, or I'll play these fools. Well, by gosh, he got people in there. Ashley Babbitt was killed, murdered by Lieutenant Bryant. So the man should be facing some serious charges. I haven't heard anything at all. It seemed like that'd be big time news. But there's a man that could be charged with that. But you could bring it all the way down to this, and I can't get over, I haven't heard anything of the Kentucky State Police going in and taking the license plates, harassing people, doing actually their constitutional right of assembly, and doing it safely from their automobiles. I mean, people will never understand that if you're sitting there and the car next to you is that's your grandkids over there. You're waving at them. You may have the window down, but your automobile are distance away from your own grandkids, but you get to see them. But these state troopers, I'm sorry, it's just like this. The Nazi soldiers, they run around. You know, I've got law enforcement. I love them. I love them to pieces. But at the same time, when did they say, I can't do that? That is unconstitutional action against the American people, violating their right of assembly. And nobody has a right to do that. But you could put those officers in jail for 10 years under the charge they're bringing up against Trump, because they were actually doing their constitutional right.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want you to pause there, Five. Let me share, because Pappy just forwarded to me some of the actual. This is transcript of the indictment about January the 6th. Okay, what had just come out, filed on August 1. This is the United States of America versus Donald J. Trump. Starting with, I guess this is Section 3, which says, quote, the defendant had a right, like every American, to speak publicly about the election and even to claim falsely that there had been outcome determinative fraud during the election and that he had won. He was also entitled to formally challenge the results of the election through lawful and appropriate means, such as by seeking recounts or audits of the popular vote in states or filing lawsuits challenging ballots and procedures. Indeed, in many cases, the defendant did pursue these methods of contesting the election results. His efforts to change the outcome in any state through recount, audit, or legal challenges were uniformly unsuccessful. Number 4, shortly after Election Day, the defendant also pursued unlawful means of discounting legitimate votes and subverting the election results. In doing so, the defendant perpetrated 3 criminal conspiracies. Now, this is where it gets almost laughable. Down to Section 114. The defendant repeatedly refused to approve a message directing rioters to leave the Capitol, as urged by most senior advisors, including the White House counsel, a deputy White House counsel, the chief of staff, a deputy chief of staff, and a senior advisor. Instead, the defendant issued 2 tweets that did not ask rioters to leave the Capitol, but instead falsely suggested that the crowd at the Capitol was being peaceful. And they include the actual tweets. At 2:38 p.m., quote, this is from Donald Trump, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. At 3:13 p.m., Trump tweeted, quote, I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you. So they're actually taking those tweets and twisting to say the president, the former president, with those statements was not asking anybody to leave, but suggesting that the crowd was being peaceful. That's actually in the lawsuit, the indictment against Trump. You can't make this stuff up. We'll come back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So can you figure that out? Best I can figure, what they're doing here is they're actually saying, indicting Donald Trump, saying he is criminally liable for some of what unfolded on January the 6th because he didn't actually say, please leave. In other words, by saying, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They're truly on our side. I'm asking everyone, remain peaceful, no violence. We're the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women. By saying that, he never said, please leave the Capitol. So he is now criminally liable for inciting what transpired there.
All right, Code Pink up in the gallery, screaming and hollering while George Bush was trying to make a speech. No Democrats told them to leave the Capitol, so they could be, there you go, they charged them. How about Chuck Schumer standing out on the front of the Supreme Court and absolutely threatening their lives? You've done, you've reaped the whirlwind or whatever. Did he ever get on there and tell people to get away from the judge's home, get away from the house, even to the point you had one coming and admitting that he was coming to kill one of the justices?
Kavanaugh,
thank you. And in the first part of what you just said, I'm sorry, unjustly. Let's see. Let's go down the list. I don't have a list here. It's just from memory. What? Pennsylvania, unconstitutional changes to benefit the Democrats. You got Arizona. I mean, there was. But are they still counting the vote from the election? It's so screwed up. My favorite. From Long Island, New York, or out of New York, and we're hauling ballots 3 states away to southern Pennsylvania. And so there was some irregularities. And then my favorite is right next door in Fulton County, Georgia. On video, they shut the place down, and then all of a sudden they chase out the poll watchers, they chase out the news media, the cameras on there, and the workers turn turn on the situation and open or pull ballot boxes out from under a black tarp. And in all these situations that I have just mentioned, Donald Trump was leading. But come morning, Donald Trump was not. So,
yeah, see, but by suggesting what you just did, and by Trump suggesting that, apparently that is, you are perpetuating a lie, and you are incentivizing people to descend on the Capitol and resort to violence. You see what I'm saying? That's what they're trying to twist this. Legal experts that have gone through this January 6th indictment said, regardless of what happens, they'll probably find him guilty in D.C. because it's a rigged court. It's kangaroo court. They said it will be thrown out by the U.S. Supreme Court. But got to get a news break here.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The real wake-up call may have come in the form of a Fitch U.S. credit rating downgrade from AAA to AA+, announced Tuesday. University of Central Florida economist Sean Snaith says doing something about the nation's exploding debt just got a little tougher.
Servicing the debt that we have is going to be more expensive, and then that will eat up a bigger piece of the budget and makes this whole issue of addressing the deficit and the debt, that much more difficult.
Snaith says getting serious about the national debt means public entitlement reform, which is politically unpopular. The man who killed 11 Jewish worshippers at a Pittsburgh synagogue in 2018 has been sentenced to death. Ira Spitzer says the massacre is considered the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history.
In June of 2018, Bowers entered Pittsburgh's Tree of Life synagogue during Saturday services, brandishing a semi-automatic rifle. He then killed 11 worshippers during the attack. Bowers had previously posted anti-Semitic content online. The jury rejected claims by the defense that Bowers had schizophrenia and that he had carried out the shooting under mental or emotional disturbance. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
Gas prices are hitting a 9-month high. This woman, not surprised.
They're astronomical. I'm here today, paying a little bit more, but
Like everything, food, gas, the prices are just crazy right now.
AAA says there are a variety of factors affecting the price now. Prices all along the West Coast are the highest in the nation, topping well over $4 per gallon. Former President Donald Trump will face charges in the nation's capital Thursday related to his alleged efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election and the latest federal grand jury indictment brought against him. This is USA News.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery needs to be replaced, our professional parts people can help you find the right Superstart battery for your vehicle and budget. Don't wait. Get your battery tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Summer continues with millions of Americans under heat alerts all across the South, where the heat index is hitting triple digits at the same time. Along with all the heat comes more concern about snake bites.
Snake bites during the summer are increasing in the U.S., as revealed by an Emory University study led by researcher Noah Skvornik.
We want to do a better job of being able to predict or project who may be bitten and when and where, and how we can try to avoid that.
The research indicates a notable rise in the chances of snake bites with higher daily temperatures. Among venomous creatures, snakes exhibit a stronger correlation between temperature and bite frequency.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Republican presidential hopeful Mike Pence is railing against President Biden's economic policies. While speaking at the Indiana State Fair, Pence said the cost of living is rising due to Biden's failed policies.
The economic policies of the Biden administration literally have turned the American dream into a pipe dream.
He laid out his plan to drive down inflation if elected president, stating he'll end runaway spending in Washington. The former vice president made no mention of his former boss, Donald Trump. There's new hope that the U.S. may soon get some information about a Texas soldier who was captured when he crossed into North Korea. The State Department has reached out to the reclusive country to get an update, and for the first time, North Korea has responded. But they didn't give an update. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back here. All right, as we head into Thursday, right? Third day of August. Liftoff occurred right about 1 a.m. Right about the time the news kicked in. Right, they're about 6.5 minutes into the flight. Successful launch, this SpaceX Falcon 9. So it's heading out there to put another satellite in orbit. All right, so everything looking good. And maybe they don't get the sonic boom. I don't know. The first stage is actually coming back as we speak, but I don't know how far off the coast that is, whether they'll actually get the sonic boom or not. I know they get that when it lands there at the Cape. Maybe not in this case, but in the process of slowing down, moving at 6,000 miles an hour right now. Slowing down, coming back, right? Stage 1. Boy. Wildfires, yes, a massive fire burning through the desert in California and southern Nevada has scorched tens of thousands of acres in a biodiverse national preserve, torching some of the iconic Joshua trees. The York Fire, already California's largest fire of the year, burned more than 82,000 acres as of Wednesday morning. Started Friday in the New York mountains of the Mojave National Preserve, crossed state lines into Nevada on Sunday. But the fire's burning through and threatening groves of Joshua trees. The branching, spiky plants of the Mojave Desert that can live for more than 150 years. Some of the trees have already fallen victim to the flames. Spokesperson for the California Incident Management Team for the fire confirmed this past day the Mojave National Preserve, a significant hotspot for biodiversity. One conservation, it calls it the crown jewel of the deserts of Southern California. Joshua trees only grow in the desert Southwest and far northwestern Mexico. One of the densest Joshua tree forests is within the burn area, they tell us. According to the Mojave Desert Land Trust, we're looking at sad outcomes for potentially millions of Joshua trees. Wow, the fire is dramatically affecting the vegetation landscape. Not clear how many Joshua trees and other plants and animal life have been lost to the blaze thus far. Preserve rangers will be conducting surveys by air and ground once the fire's extinguished. When it first started, the fire was fueled by extreme conditions that spawned fire whirls, or fire tornadoes, as they call them. Dangerous, difficult to fight. Now, after a few rounds of rain moved over the area Monday night into Wednesday morning, firefighters have been able to make some progress against the fire's border. It's 30% contained as of Wednesday morning. But the damage to the landscape will last long after the flames are out, they say. It'll take a lifetime to get those mature Joshua trees back. Some are fire resistant, and if the flames aren't too hot, they may sprout out or reseed. But this is pretty devastating, they say. The Mojave National Preserve has seen an increase in fire frequency over the past 10 years or so due to the combination of wet winters and increasing levels of invasive grasses. If an area with Joshua trees burns through, most will not survive, and reproduction in that area is made more difficult. Wildfires can also result in the loss of irreplaceable resources in the park, like historic structures, cultural artifacts. Firefighters braving intense desert heat trying to fight this fire are among the 11,000 wildland firefighters and personnel assigned around the country. 67 active large fires burning in 11 states as these hot, dry conditions persist throughout the U.S. More than 1.1 million acres have burned this year as of Tuesday, according to the center. And I guess the word is after a kind of a slow start to wildfire season here on the U.S. side, unlike the Canadian side, it's really going to be ramping up in the coming days. The heat expected to return to the southwest. And with the monsoon, see, that monsoon season, that's where you get the dry lightning. We hadn't seen a whole lot of that. That's really picked up over the last week, and where you get those afternoon blossoming thunderstorms, many of which the moisture doesn't even reach the ground, but you do have the active lightning that sparks many of those fires out west. All right, Eskimo Mom shared this scenario. There's a truck driver out there that has one harrowing story to tell, and he survived. Werner Enterprises issuing a statement after one of their drivers became the victim of an hours-long hostage situation last night. It started about this time, 24 hours ago. Now, first, the statement from the trucking company, which reads, a harrowing situation involving a Werner professional driver occurred this morning in west central Ohio. At this time, we know our driver is safe, and out of respect for the privacy of our driver and his family, we're not releasing the name. The Werner driver did sustain some injuries. We're focused on making sure he's receiving all the care and treatment he needs. We thank the state and local authorities who rescued our driver. They have our full cooperation during this investigation. But here's what unfolded. Ultimately, two troopers shooting two suspects accused of a carjacking of a semi in Madison County, holding that driver hostage during what turned into a multi-county chase that ended on a Dayton International Airport access road this past morning. Yeah, both of those suspects taken to Miami Valley Hospital, where they later died. It all started about 1 o'clock in the morning when London police attempted to conduct a traffic stop on the suspect's vehicle. As an officer was conducting the stop, the suspects drove away. Police chief said they drove to a truck stop outside of London, Ohio. Once at the truck stop, they got out of their vehicle, began to run. When an officer tried to tase them, the male suspect pointed a gun at the officer. Those suspects then carjacked the Werner semi with the driver inside of it. As they drove away, the truck hit a London police cruiser. Law enforcement chased the suspects in the semi through Clark, Greene, Madison, and Montgomery counties before ending near the Dayton International Airport just before 3:30 in the morning. From there, negotiations started with the suspects. Ohio State Highway Patrol Special Response Team was also called to the scene. About 4 hours later, we're now into 7:30 a.m. Members of the SRT approached the semi to try and get the victim out. According to the Highway Patrol Lieutenant Nathan Dennis, at this point, the suspect fired shots at the SRT members. Troopers returned fire, hitting both suspects. The hostage was removed from the semi, minor injuries. Spokesperson for the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation confirming to News Center 7 Wednesday morning. They were requested to investigate the shooting, but Eskimo Mom made it sound like this was creating traffic nightmares. I guess that's right up there in her area, but what a mess they had. So, yeah, I guess for numerous hours, traffic was just crazy around the Dayton International Airport this past morning. All right, hello to Big John this morning. Morning, Steve. You have a nice crew up. Hope everybody's doing safe. Everybody drive safe. Have a great weekend coming up. And always take care. Your friend, Big John. Let me flip the page back over. Who else we got on board? Shirley Bidu is checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Franklin says, hello. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. An overcast night here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. Who else? There's Eskimo Mom. Happy Thursday or whatever day of the week it is. Doing my usual run tonight. Thank God the truck driver that was hijacked at the London TA almost 24 hours ago is okay. Yeah, that's so scary, thinking that could happen. Yeah, we're 72 degrees on I-64 near Louisville at this hour. All right, it is 844-844-3388, and there's one more. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, checking in from Humphrey, Nebraska. Just got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck, and I'm headed south. Unload, then it's home to the hot blonde wife. We just celebrated 25 years of marriage, and this weekend we're going to renew our vows. How about that? Anyone in Southwest Missouri this weekend, stop by, say hello, grab a custom-made cupcake, and a shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock in Nebraska. Well, happy anniversary, Lauren, and the hot blonde wife there, 25 years. Back to the calls just ahead, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, what do you say? Get back to the calls here. And what's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Hey, man, you remember when we were talking about the old semi-truck being chased in the K9 deal? Remember I said that we don't know why this guy is being chased. Why is he running? Does he got a hostage aboard? Remember me saying that?
I certainly do. That was the case there in Circleville, right? That ended up with the K9 being released.
Yes, sir. And now you just tell that story. Thanks to Eskimo Mom. Steve, what else do you recall me saying about that deal? I found it a little funny that K9 officer was fired.
Yes.
Get my email?
Indeed I did, and it kind of explains the rest of the story. So if you can explain before I get to I'll share the rest of the story with the audience, but So I guess when there is an investigation going on within a department or whatever, say you're involved with one, you're not supposed to talk about it to anybody?
Well, no, you got to talk about it being a police officer. Now, you kind of get into some gray area here, Steve. I mean, we're just talking about a simple canine bite. Listen, man, you got to say what happened.
Yeah.
You know.
Now, I mean, it sounds like he's in trouble for talking to friends and family about it, though. Is that what I'm gathering correct?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to be careful. You can't run your mouth about everything out here. Some things that are still confidential because there's an ongoing investigation. Quote the FBI, right?
Right.
But anyway, to make the long story short, he's not getting fired. He's in trouble for some interdepartmental policies that he failed to adhere to, I guess. Which sounds like maybe, like you said, he was running his mouth. But it all stems back, Steve. The point of all this is, when the police are chasing somebody and somebody refuses to stop, what's the reason, man? You just don't know. Did this guy just shoot and kill his wife? That has happened, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
So... and the Supreme Court knows this. That's why a lot of times they rule on behalf of police officers. Yeah, are there bad ones out there? We said this 1,000 times. There's bad cookies in every line of profession out here in this world. But hey, real quick, Mr. Jack Smith, what a disgrace to humankind, right? Filing this indictment on Trump for January 6th.
So I shared that piece. Is that the correct assumption? They're trying to say when he sent out his tweets about stay peaceful, or, support our law enforcement, he never said, please leave. So he is criminally culpable or liable for what people were doing?
Steve, this is the biggest joke. Listen, man. I mean, that first page in the indictment, the number 3, where he even talks that Trump has a First Amendment right to
say what he wants.
Say what he wants, but we're going to arrest him anyway. Dude. Oh boy, what about Al Gore? Right? Al Gore and Trump.
I didn't see anything about Gore. No, what's the scoop there?
Well, I'm just saying, the hanging chads, all this stuff, okay. Everybody, Hillary Clinton on tape saying Trump is not
president.
Official president. I forget the exact term. You know what I'm saying? There's video and videos of all these swamp rats in D.C., claiming that Trump was falsely elected in 2016. But here's the deal, Steve. Check this out. On January 8th, the big guy, right, he came out, was alleged to get paid $5 million by Burisma to get that prosecutor fired in a bribery scheme. That's according to the FBI, Steve. What happened on January 9th? Any idea? Trump got charged with 37 indictments.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
By our beloved Jack Smith.
And the timing this week, as soon as Devon Archer testified, the next day, here come the indictments on Trump.
Yes. The next day, July 26th, Hunter Biden. When the no deal went through, right? When the judge threw that out, the very next day they indicted Trump on the security camera deal in Mar-a-Lago, which I talked about, I think, about a week ago. And then here lately on July 31st, when Devin went and testified that he, in fact, did have conversations with the big guy and meet with him, who is a Hunter business partner, this Devin Archer, which proves that Joe Biden has been lying the whole time, saying, don't talk to my family about business. I've never talked to Hunter about his business.
All they talked about was the weather. Come on, they told us this week. That's all they talked about.
Yeah.
Just what's going on. Yeah, the weather. Nice day. Beautiful, huh?
Then August 1st, Trump gets indicted on January 6th. So it's a diversion tactic. It's also to send out a message that, Steve, they are not, I said this before, they're not just going after Trump, man. They're going after his attorneys. They're going after his associates. What kind of banana man, I'll tell you what, Eagle had a great call. I don't know if it was last night or the night before. We're there, man. It's not about if we're going down that road. We are living the dream right now as we speak. When you start going after the attorneys of the people you're arresting also, then we got all these passages you talk about being found. Steve, what the hell is going on, man?
I mean, they said that those mice that were in that facility were being genetically manipulated. Sounds to me like they were setting up to release some mice at some point in time carrying genetically modified, like your next version of COVID or whatever the hell it might be. But I mean, they had malaria, HIV, I mean, all the different chemicals, deadly vials of stuff in there. All right, we got to pause and get a news break here as we roll into a Thursday morning. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. There's a new man in charge of the United Auto Workers, and he has some demands of the Big Three in Detroit.
The new head of the United Auto Workers Union, Shawn Fain, says his union members are suffering.
We're currently living in a cost of living crisis caused by corporate greed, while our wages have remained stagnant or regressed.
Fain took to social media to lay out the union's demands, including wanting a 32-hour work week for union members. Another demand is for the UAW to be allowed to strike if an auto plant is shut down. Currently, that's against federal law.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Apple Card's interest-bearing savings account has reached $10 billion in deposits. The high-yield account offered by Goldman Sachs was launched in April. Deposits earn an annual percentage yield of 4.15%. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Gain presents a tale of longing and long-lasting scent. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Add Gain scent beads for an even longer-lasting scent.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it. Let me jump back to the rest of the story on that canine thing. Why was that officer ultimately fired? It says, now the officer who released the canine on the surrendering truck driver was not fired for deploying the canine, but rather for violating multiple policies during a review of the incident. According to the documents from the Circleville Police Department, the chief, Sean Baer, told the officer, the canine officer, Ryan Speakman, on July 19, he was informed to stop going around to everybody talking about the deployment. Speakman, who joined the Circleville Police February of 2020, he's the one that deployed the canine, the lengthy pursuit back on the 4th of July. We all know that now. July 20, a report was composed by Baer, the chief, stating that Speakman informed him about confiding in other Circleville Police Department employees solely regarding the incident. Subsequently, Speakman received an internal investigation notice and was slated for an interview the following day. Yet later, Speakman disclosed to the chief that he had also conversed with his father and maybe somebody else in the family, but assured that that was the extent of his communication. According to the documents, Speakman presented a 2-page list of individuals outside of Circleville Police to whom he conversed on July 21. Investigators then engaged in discussions with Speakman regarding the people mentioned in the list in relation to the incident, and the review board subsequently, Speakman disclosed the involvement of 2 additional individuals in his conversations. In light of the ongoing investigation into the officer's conduct, wherein he disclosed confidential information and provided deceptive responses during questioning, Baer, the chief, made the decision to place him on administrative leave at that point. In the meeting July 21, Speakman acknowledged that the list of people he had spoke to was huge and expressed regret, admitting that he should have known better. 3 days later, a deputy chief directed 2 detectives to personally deliver a letter to his residence. Upon reading the letter, Speakman became visibly upset. On the 24th of July, Speakman received a letter notifying of a scheduled pre-disciplinary conference to be held the following day. That letter also outlined 3 department policies that he was accused of violating: failure to disclose or misrepresenting material facts, or making any false or misleading statements on an application, examining form or other official document, report or form, or during the course of any work-related investigation, criminal, dishonest, or disgraceful conduct that adversely affects members' relationship with the department, and dishonest or dishonest actions. On the 26th, the department announced that they were terminating the officer, stating that Speakman's actions during the review of the canine apprehension on July 4 shows Officer Speakman did not meet the standards and expectations we hold for our police officers. Now, the town's Civilian Police Review Board found that Speakman did not violate department policy when he deployed the dog, adding that the review board does not have the authority to recommend discipline. So the review board said he did not violate policy. That's what Pappy was saying. If he didn't violate policy, why would he get fired? But then I guess it sounds like, I guess they're saying when the chief told him to stop talking to people about it and he didn't, that's what led to his termination?
That's what it sounds like. Plus, maybe he was dishonest in some of his answers.
Okay.
Steve, you know, when you're doing a use of force investigation, you can't lie to the supervisor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, listen, if an officer's involved in a deadly use of force, I think I've discussed this with you before. There's 2 different investigations. One's a criminal investigation to make sure that this deadly force was justified. The second type of investigation is an administrative investigation. The criminal investigation, you do have the right, like any other civilian, to clam up and say, I'm not saying nothing until I talk to my attorney. But when the administrative investigation, when they pull you in, you have to answer the questions. The administrators cannot give that information to the criminal investigation. It's called Garrity rights. Anything you admit and say in the administrative investigation cannot be used against you. They cannot give that information to the criminal investigators. But you got to answer the questions. And if you don't, you can be fired.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, it sounds like, I don't know, he wasn't being quite forthful, I guess.
Forthcoming with this.
Questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Steve, I used to think, well, I still do, that China is probably our biggest threat, not Russia, but probably China. But Steve, if I had asked you now, what's the biggest threat to our country? It's the daggone our country itself, Steve. It's our own government is the biggest threat to our democracy right now. Is that something crazy to say? But it's true. The reason they wigged out when Hunter's deal didn't go through, Steve, there was implications about violating the FARA, Foreign Agent Registration Act.
Correct.
That's why they wigged out. There's a big chance that the big guy, I mean, the evidence shows, Steve, that the big guy violated FARA Act too. Steve, they arrested General Flynn. Remember? Let's go after Trump and all his associates. That's what they charged Flynn with. You remember, it was after Trump was elected. Flynn was on vacation. He received Obama, let me back up a little bit. Obama kicked out some Russian diplomats. They do this all the time, back and forth, when something don't go right. For the life of me, I can't remember why they even kicked the diplomats out. But he did. And this was all a setup, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
So the Russian ambassador called General Flynn because he was going to be in Trump's administration come January 20th. What was his what was he going to be in Trump's administration?
I can't recall what he was, but
something high up, though,
yep,
right?
Correct.
And called Flynn and said, "Hey, man, you guys just kicked out these some of our diplomats." And I think Flynn had a couple beers in him. He was down in the Bahamas. They knew this. Steve, this I'm telling you, this was all set up too. Flynn made some kind of comment, "Hey, don't worry about it. We'll deal with it later." Steve, they arrested this man for lobbying on behalf of a foreign country.
Mm-hmm.
Just for that statement. Talking to this Russian ambassador. Arrested the man on this. And here we got Hunter and Joe Biden taking millions of dollars for getting prosecutors fired that were investigating Burisma, Hunter Biden's company. And it just blows my mind how the media they're just in cahoots, Steve. They're not this stupid. They're just in cahoots with the government. He could be looking at some serious. He's compromised. We said this before the election, that we were worried about the foreign affairs, right, with Biden. And he has compromised with Ukraine, China, Russia. You think Russia maybe knowing that they got some scoop on Biden, maybe some recordings of phone conversations between some Ukrainian oligarchs, holding that over his head? That's why Russia attacked Ukraine, knowing what we weren't going to really do anything about it. And Ukraine's holding it over their head to get all these millions and millions and millions of dollars that we are pumping into Ukraine.
Yep.
Prolonging the inevitable. I hate to say it, man. I don't know, Steve. We'll see what happens, brother. Like I said, I mean, we can't give up, but man, I'm telling you, it ain't looking good. I think you got it right that Trump will get convicted in D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, we talked about that several months ago. You cannot get a fair trial in D.C. It ain't happening. No conservative can, anyway.
And of course,
far left.
The judge that they say, I mean, I think Eagle brought this up, and I've seen several reports. This judge, this Obama-appointed judge, is notorious for giving lengthy sentences to everyone that she's presided over as far as a January 6th rioter or participant.
Right. Correct.
So,
but in the long run, if it goes to the Supreme Court, I think you got it right. There's no way the Supreme Court, they would overturn that, because this is just ridiculous, man. So, man, I'm telling you what, we'll see what, man, a year and a half's a long way away, Steve. A lot can happen, man. Bad things can happen. Hopefully some good things can happen. But we have to win this next election. Did you hear about DeSantis? How he got $3 million kicked to his campaign, Steve, and guess who kicked DeSantis $3 million?
Oh, boy, I haven't heard this. No, who was it?
Sequoia Capital.
Remember
that little conversation I had with you guys about a couple weeks ago about this Sequoia National Capital?
Yes.
That Chinese investment company, how corrupt they are? They just donated $3 million to his campaign, Steve. Why is he accepting that money? Follow the money. All right, I took enough of your time, Steve. I appreciate it, man. Everybody, be safe. Hammer down.
Hammer down. There you go. Hey, the question had come up here a couple of days ago. Yeah, whatever happened? We sold 180 million barrels out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Did you ever start buying any of? Are we replenishing any of that? We have a definitive answer, which is no. The Biden administration has reportedly canceled plans to purchase, it was going to be 6 million barrels of oil to replenish the SPR because the price of oil is expected to keep rising following the cut in output by Saudi Arabia. Department of Energy announced their intentions to purchase the oil on July 7th to begin replenishing the SPR after the administration released 180 million barrels last year, trying to ease prices after the Russian invasion. Since then, the price of Brent crude has gone from $78.47 a barrel to $82.20 a barrel by the close of business Wednesday. According to the Associated Press, U.S.-based West Texas Intermediate crude closed Wednesday $79.49. Either way, now the SPR is now at 346,758. That would have to, is that in millions? The lowest level in 40 years. The administration, Biden, is targeting oil prices between $67 and $72 per barrel to replenish the stockpile. But prices have seen 5 straight weeks of gains on global demand rises and Saudi Arabia's supply cuts squeezing the markets. Goldman Sachs projected this week Brent crude prices will reach $86 a barrel by the end of this year and continue to rise to $93 a barrel by the second quarter of 2024. Oil prices are up 18% since mid-June. Record high demand, Saudi supply cuts has brought back deficits. And the market has abandoned their growth pessimism. The Energy Department remains committed to their replenishment strategy for the SPR, which includes direct purchases, returns of oil that was loaned to companies in the wake of hurricanes and other supply disruptions, and cancellation of planned sales where drawdown is unnecessary, in coordination with Congress. Last month, the Energy Secretary said the administration might not be able to refill the reserve during Joe Biden's current term. So we saw that coming. Eagle, got you coming up next. Plowboy's on board and room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get to some of our other industry headlines coming up here. Good morning to Debbie, who says a nice 67 here in Indiana, heading up to 85 today. Hey, 437 days till our cruise. Hoping everyone stays safe out there, especially my special driver, Woodpecker. Have a thankful Thursday. And yes, one more day till the weekend. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Well, another night out here on the road, brother. I'm over here, and it might this place, this city that I'm getting ready to name right now, Steve. It might be one of the fastest growing cities in the U.S. in the South. It's definitely done grown from when I started driving trucks. I'm over here in Nashville, Tennessee tonight, man, and everywhere you look, if you go into the downtown area, all they got is construction going on, skyscraper buildings. I mean, it looks like almost like, mini New York City with all the construction they got going on in Nashville. Anybody out there listening that's looking for a place to move to, Nashville, from what I'm seeing, look like the hot spot. It look like they got a lot of things going on in Nashville. I personally wouldn't live here, but they got a lot of look like Nashville got a lot of good things going on right now, Steve. You know something, Steve, man? I told you last night, Pappy said some of the things that I told you last night about this situation with Donald Trump. And this guy, Jack Smith, that's his name. That's what he calls himself, Jack Smith. You know something, Steve? This guy here is I told you last night, he is the lowest of the lowest scumbags out there. I overheard what you said last night, but I wanted to verify for myself. Plus, I heard it on the radio when I was driving. After my phone call last night, you said that some of those charges that Trump had been indicted with, Steve,
death penalty,
has a damn death penalty. Can you believe that, Steve? Yeah. I heard you when you said it last night, but I thought you was,
nope,
I thought you was just talking trash. This guy, Jack Smith, is a scumbag. You mean to tell me that this guy actually thinks that Donald Trump deserves the death penalty. This is how much of a loser this guy is, Steve. This Jack Smith. Donald Trump has done nothing compared to what the Clintons and the Obamas and the Biden family, corruption family, has been a part of. And this loser, no indictments. Like I told you a couple of nights ago, Steve, I'm still waiting for you, Jack Smith, if you're listening. When you got an indictment coming down for Hillary Clinton, when you got an indictment coming down for Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, Jack Smith, since you like bringing indictments so much, when is the Biden indictment coming down, Steve? You got a date on that yet?
I can't tell you at this point in time.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. I kind of figured that all those people I just named off are Democrats, and Jack Smith apparently doesn't give indictments to Democrats. You have to be a Republican to qualify for his indictments. This is the biggest joke I've ever seen in my life. It's just totally disgusting, Steve. I never thought I would see the day when things would just go down the drain like this in America. But like I said before, Steve, well, when is Trump? He's scheduled to show up in court tomorrow in Washington, D.C. I don't know what time. Do you know what time he's supposed to show up for this court arraignment?
I have not seen a schedule for that. I have not, so I'm not sure about that. But hey, we're going to pause there because we're about to close out another hour here. So we'll come back. Maybe I can find that during the break. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump is scheduled to be arraigned tomorrow on 4 counts related to his alleged efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election.
The attack on our nation's capital on January 6th, 2021 was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies.
In announcing the indictment yesterday, Special Counsel Jack Smith said his office is ready to have all of the evidence tested in a court of law. Fitch is downgrading its U.S. debt rating from the highest AAA rating to AA+. Several factors were cited by Fitch, including a steady deterioration in standards of governance over the last 2 decades. Americans' approval of the U.S. Supreme Court remains at a record low. A new Gallup poll released today revealed that only 40% of Americans approve of the high court. The court's approval rating was 49% in 2021, but it plunged after it allowed a Texas abortion law to stand. The new head of the United Auto Workers Union took to social media to lay out what he wants in a new contract with Detroit's Big Three. Shawn Fain says union members are suffering.
We're currently living in a cost of living crisis caused by corporate greed. Companies are jacking up prices to make larger and larger profits, while our wages have remained stagnant or regressed.
Fain also wants a 32-hour work week for union members and says the COVID pandemic taught everyone how important it is to spend more time with family and less time at work. Sweltering heat continues to keep millions of Americans under heat alerts all across the country. The heat index is hitting triple digits all across the South. In Phoenix, in the Southwest, where it's been the hottest stretch of days on record, temperatures are expected to be up above 110 again by the end of the week. This is USA News.
O'Reilly. Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery needs to be replaced, our professional parts people can help you find the right Super Start battery for your vehicle and budget. Don't wait. Get your battery tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
The man convicted of killing 11 people at a Pittsburgh synagogue has been sentenced to death. A federal jury reached that unanimous decision today. They deliberated for about 10 hours over 2 days. Robert Bowers was convicted in June on more than 60 charges in the 2018 shooting. NASA's lost probe may have just phoned home.
Last Friday, NASA reported a lost contact with the space probe Voyager 2, located roughly 12.4 billion miles from Earth. Contact was lost when a series of planned commands nearly 2 weeks ago caused the antenna to point 2 degrees away from Earth. That was enough to break the signal. The 1977 computers on board were instructed a few times every year, search for Earth if contact is lost. Yesterday, NASA picked up the carrier signal from Voyager 2 and will try again to realign the antenna this week. If the carrier signal is not strong enough to deliver commands, the probe will begin a scheduled orientation reset on October 15th. I'm Lance Pry.
AAA says gas prices are 27 cents a gallon higher today than they were a month ago. The average price, $3.80 a gallon, which is 12 cents higher than last week. By state, prices range from $3.30 a gallon in Mississippi to $5.02 in California. Snake bites during the summer are increasing in the U.S., as revealed by an Emory University study. The research indicates a notable rise in the chances of snake bites with higher daily temperatures. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Trust your week's going well. We cross over another hour there. Welcome into a Thursday. That would be our friends in the Mountain Time Zone, right? Hey, what have we got going on with Hot Shot Secret here? They had some deals going on. Right now, you've got the summertime Beat the Heat deal. Starting today, August 3rd through August the 7th. Just a few short days. Beat the Heat. What's that mean? You get a free 4-ounce LX4 or everyday diesel treatment with any coolant purchase. Yes, Hot Shot Secret has some of the best coolant on the market. All right, do the 4-ounce LX4 or everyday diesel treatment. Again, free item with any coolant purchase starting today. Some of our retail deals, let's see, going through August the 27th at Tractor Supply locations around the country. $5 off your FR3 friction reducer. Let's see, what size bottle is that? 32-ounce bottle. $3 off the 16-ounce bottle of everyday diesel treatment. Again, only at Tractor Supply. They've got a $6 off deal on the 64-ounce bottle of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. All those deals ongoing through the 27th at Tractor Supply locations. A couple of deals at Pilot Flying J and Love's Travel Centers. Buy 2 everyday diesel treatment 32-ounce bottles. That'll get you 800 My Rewards Plus points at Pilot Flying J. That goes through the end of August, August 31. And what do we have here? Buy 2 everyday diesel treatment 32-ounce bottles at Love's Travel Centers. Also, that'll get you 800 My Loves Reward points. So deals to get in on. Meanwhile, let's get back, finish up with Eagle here. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, Steve, before I get to my as the Smith guy, I want to say one other thing about Smith. You know, Steve, some more news came out today or late last night. They got 6 names of so-called co-conspirators, as this guy calls them. And I'm just going to talk about 2 of them. This guy now, he's got the nerve to try to indict Trump's lawyers, which the first name is Rudy Giuliani. And Rudy Giuliani, I've seen a video on him tonight he's raising all kind of hell about this. He's not happy with what Smith is trying to do to him. Rudy Giuliani is one. And the other name that's on that list is this, the female, I forgot what her name was now, Stacey or something, the one that was trying to bring, trying to work a case for Donald Trump about rigging the election. I forgot what her name is, but her name is on that list too. Okay, plus they got 6 people on the list. The 6th person is unidentified. They got the name, but all these people are lawyers that have represented Donald Trump. This guy has the nerve to try to indict these people, or either he's trying to make them turn on Donald Trump and start telling all the evidence so they don't have to try to stay out of jail. So this guy here is stooping to all-time lows, Steve. Now, Mike Pence, Steve, you know how I feel about Mike. Let me say something. Let me tell the Mike Pence something real quick, Steve. Hey, Mike, I told you this a couple of weeks ago, Steve. Mike Pence, you need to marry. You should have done it a long time ago. You claim that you want to be president. You running for president. You running for the wrong team, my man. You're a Democrat, my man. Well, I don't know if somebody didn't tell you that, but he's a Democrat, Steve. This guy here has been bad-mouthing Donald Trump for the last 5 or 6 months. And what he said today and yesterday proves that this guy is no good. He's saying that Donald Trump, how the hell can you call yourself a Republican when you say that Donald Trump should never be allowed to be in the White House again? When he said that Donald Trump, that his lawyers tried to have him rig the election in his favor. So Mike Pence, hey, my man, you just showed your true colors. I already knew what you was all about. You claim that you want to be on at the debate coming up at the end of the month. Well, you don't need to be at the Republican debate, but you don't qualify to begin with because you ain't got even 1%. But even if that's the case, just go ahead on and do everybody a favor and yourself a favor and get on the Democratic ticket, my man. And maybe you can run against Joe Biden, because he's an embarrassment, Steve. This guy Mike Pence. Every time I see the guy on my TV, it makes me sick. Just the sight of this guy. And you know something, Steve? I believe he might be. It's looking more and more like he might be the downfall of Donald Trump, because he knows a lot of things about Donald Trump. And he's saying a lot of bad things about Donald Trump. And I think if this guy Mike Smith can get anybody to flip against Donald Trump, I think it's going to be Mike Pence. And I think because Mike Pence, like I say, for some reason he wants to say things about Donald Trump instead of just keeping his mouth closed. So I believe that he'll be the man that it takes Trump down if Trump goes down. Now, as far as this other situation goes, Steve, well, I told you last night about the judge. You said it and Pappy said it in his phone call. You and I both know that Donald Trump is not going to get a fair trial in Washington, D.C. They got the cards stacked against. I told you about the judge. The judge is a known Trump hater. She even said she turned down 2 of his cases already when he was trying to fight for this rigged election. She even made a comment that Donald Trump is not the king of America. And he's not the president either. She made those 2 comments. And plus, like I said before, she's already shown that she's throwing the book at people that are associated with the January 6th deal. And if you think she ain't gonna throw the book at Donald Trump, you better think again. But like Pappy and you said, it'll be thrown out in the Supreme Court. It'll go all the way to the Supreme Court. But see, here's what Jack Smith wants to do, Steve. You notice on his interview that he did yesterday, his very last words when he said that we want to get this trial, we want to get this done, and we want to get it done quickly. Well, I bet you do want to get it done quickly, Mr. Smith, because you want to get it done quickly because you want to stop Donald Trump from being on the ticket. But it's not going to work, my man, because like I say, it's going to go all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme, guess who most of those Supreme people got appointed by? Steve, Donald Trump got 3 or 4 people in there working for him right now, and I really don't think they're going to turn their back on Donald Trump. So, Mr. Smith, your plans might go down the drain, my man. So just keep on working on your indictments, and because we know we got another one coming down the line. So, like I said before, Steve, Donald Trump, he show up in court tomorrow for another bogus case, and you say you were going to check on that, what the time is, because I'm going to be trying to check that out on television and see what the hell goes on with that. But like I said before, Steve, Donald Trump is the best man. I'm sticking with Donald Trump all the way to the final deal. I'm not turning my back on Donald Trump because I know the man didn't do nothing wrong. And like I said before, the reason why Joe Biden, Steve, meanwhile, Joe Biden is in Delaware, kicked back on the beach, laid back, trying to play Mr. Innocent like he don't know what's going on. The big guys, they call him. You know, they asked Biden, what do you think about Donald Trump? Well, I don't know anything about the Donald Trump situation. I guarantee you Joe Biden knows exactly what's going on with the Trump situation. That's the reason why he's kicked back at the beach with his legs up, watching movies and having a good old time. And like I said before, I promise you, Steve, that Joe Biden, him or his son, ain't losing no sleep like I told you a couple of weeks ago, because he knows damn well ain't no indictments coming down on him from Mr. Smith no time soon. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Thank you, Eagle. Have a good morning. Let me get to Plowboy quickly here, and we'll get some of the other industry headlines. Thanks for hanging in there, Plowboy. What's happening?
Well, good morning there, Steve. Good morning. Oh, I appreciate it. Eagle, 4 o'clock tomorrow East Coast time is when the indictment will come down.
He's supposed to be appearing in court, right? Is that correct or no?
Yep.
Yeah.
4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
That's for what I could gander. Clarify what you're going to say there, Eagle. Mike Pence did not uphold his oath. Protect this country against all enemies, both foreign and domestic, and that Joe Biden crooked outfit is the biggest terrorist we got. And Mike Pence, every damn time I see his ass, I just always want to call him Mike Biden, because that's all he is doing is covering up or whatever they want to cover up. And to hell with Trump. I'm saving my money, Steve. Have you heard?
I can't say that I have. No, I have not.
I came across him and Anita up there at work here. Oh, I guess it's been about 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He was up there picking up some of them damn old transit vans, and I'm saving my money going on that cruise here 480 some odd days away. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm kind of shocked, Double R, when I rolled up. I said, damn, Paul, and who the hell? Yeah, so the moving trailers up there on the Ford yard. But
he didn't recognize you?
Oh, yeah, after the second, he sure did.
Okay.
He said that'd be the only one he would know. I've been looking for them damn no big old orange trucks that they've been hauling them out of there, but I don't know if I'm going to be up there much longer, according to what I've just been hearing off of your newscast. I'm getting more news that I don't like to hear. UAW pushing for a 4-day work week. Kiss my ass. 32 hours? There ain't nobody's going to want 32 hours. I don't give a damn how much you raise that salary, Steve. 32 hours? No. They're going to have to... 32 hours would be almost $30+ an hour. They'd have to be over. That's what all the big three, that's what the UAW president just knew.
I hadn't caught that. Pushing for a 4-day work week, huh?
Yeah, 32 hours. That ain't going to work. I'll be gone. If they try to shove a 32-hour work week down my throat, nah. I'll be gone in a heartbeat. But talk to Red Mule, and you ain't gonna believe this, Steve. That man could pull a pile of poop out and get a dozen roses. Red Mule put money on YRC and doubled it the last day.
So in the last few days kind of thing, right? So he's one of those that been doing the day trade thing, watching the yellow stock. Okay, I mean, they said that I guess there's been millions of dollars being made in the last few days for the day traders.
Yeah. I would never thought they would have came back and trying to even think about restarting. Really, I think they're going to have a whole bunch of empty seats because I don't think there's going to be a bunch of them go back, especially if the Teamsters go against it.
Yeah.
But, nah. I don't... It really gets me how... I've seen bankruptcies in my life. Never have been a part of one, thank the Lord. But, how somebody can declare bankruptcy, but yet go back on this credit default swaps and all this nonsense, and somebody like Apollo. Back in the day, you were bankrupt, you nailed your doors shut and started over somewhere else. But to start back just for something just...
It's pretty confusing what's going on. I mean, we're everybody trying to figure it out. I mean, that one piece, I don't know whether that MFN Partners, if they bought any more stock yesterday or not. I mean, I know they were up. I knew they were up to a 45% ownership with the purchase they made last week and early this week.
Mm-hmm. But as far as that other story that you had going, I just can't figure out who would be buying anything right now. Who would buy another trucking company like Schneider just did? That was a big wad of cash for all it. That most generally on the northeast coast, but that's just a pile. I guess one of these days we're going to go back to that old rule of thumb, too big to fail again, because it sure is looking like it. But no, I will say that one email that you had is correct. I forget, came out of Idaho. These parts are not worth a damn. They're not. We're having that problem up here on some of our Hollister trucks. But and the damnedest thing about it, you talk about spending a little bit of extra money. But here's the difference. A little bit of extra money. If you're sitting around trying to get into the shop and you're 2 or 3 days out or longer, you're losing out on quite a few damn loads. So I think it wouldn't hurt come up $300 or $400 out of my damn pocket extra to get the good parts.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just the way I look at it. How's everybody doing? How's the grandbaby's already ready for school?
It won't be long here. I think they got a couple weeks left. Yeah.
Where the hell that summer go, Steve?
Yeah, right. It's.
Damn, don't seem like it was yesterday. It was May 31st. That's this. Well, I'll get off here. Y'all have a good night. Talk to y'all later.
All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Did you put a reservation down on the cruise thing yet, or no?
Yeah, getting ready to.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already done.
I'm just curious. I haven't talked to Stephanie in a while, and I don't know what accessibility they have left as far as cabins are concerned. But yeah, let me know.
I'll do it. We'll do it.
All
righty.
Thank you much, Plowboy. There you go. It's been a while. And 22 past the hour. It is 844-3388. We are yet to speak with Heatwave. He's probably very busy right now during the day, trying to take care of business, probably trying to rest at night. But I did see a post he had made this past day. He was very, very frustrated, and I guess rightfully so. He's out there, he's looking for work now, applying with other companies, and I guess getting responses back. And somewhere down the line, there was a screw up with his medical card on his CDL, and I guess it's happened to others before, where somehow or another the communication breaks down, and I guess, how did he put it? I can't find the post that he made here at the moment. But something about, I guess, he went from a CDLA to a CDLD, so whatever, because his medical card wasn't. So I guess he's got more work cut out for him, trying to get things back in order there. Hopefully you can get that straightened out quick. All right, clear lines at 844-3388. I saw the headlines, and I had to think. I said, wait a minute, how many people were in that truck? How do you have 6 people inside a tractor trailer? And I'm first thing I thought, well, is this some smuggling operation, bringing illegals out of south of the border? The story is 3 people hurt after a truck with 6 people inside got stuck on the train tracks in Missouri Tuesday afternoon. Just before 4:30 p.m. near Belton, Missouri. According to the local Fox affiliate, a total of 6 people were inside the semi-truck at the time of the collision. 1 adult and 2 children inside the semi were hurt in the accident. One of the children was said to have serious injuries. The 2 people on the train were not hurt. But police say we don't know all the details, why there were that many people in the tractor trailer at this time. That's part of the investigation. He said, I knew something was about to happen. I told the guy, you got to do something quick. Either get that truck moved or call that emergency number, see if they can stop the train, according to one of the eyewitnesses. I thought he was the only one in there. He was in the road after the collision. The next thing I know, he had family on the other side of the tracks, and I saw a guy with blood on his shirt, and I was like, yeah, there were other people in the truck. A total of 6 individuals. I guess, I don't know, that maybe the whole fam was out there. Yeah. I can't help but wonder, did they communicate in the English or not? All right, on to other items in the news. After decades of lobbying from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and other groups, an entry-level driver training rule finally went into effect February of last year, you'll recall. Now, a group of lawmakers is attempting to get rid of it. Representative Bob Good of Virginia reintroduced the Trucking Workforce Improvement Act in July. That's H.R. 4738. That would repeal the FMCSA's regulation that requires a prospective driver to complete an entry-level driver training program before receiving a commercial driver's license. Proponents of the bill say the rule needs to be repealed because they believe there is a shortage of truck drivers. So here we go. I'm thinking Representative Good. Now, he's actually a Republican out of Virginia. Yeah, there's some lobbyists that must have cornered him and tried to convince him of this, quote, driver shortage. Good said, the ongoing trucker shortage impedes our local farmers and manufacturers from doing business with their communities, driving prices up for consumers across the country. With rising inflation and job shortage, thanks to Bidenflation, the last thing we need is more regulatory overreach from the bureaucrats in D.C. My bill would remove obstacles to entry for aspiring truck drivers, enable more opportunities for well-paid jobs, and unleash the American economy. Now, this was first introduced last year, then reintroduced in July. As of August 1, there are 14 co-sponsors in the House on this legislation. Of course, we know, although the driver shortage is the purported reason for the bill, recent reports indicating that it's actually the opposite that's occurring in this industry right now. After the surge of primarily owner-operators entering the industry during COVID, when people were making buku bucks for a couple of years there, as the high demand, people having to stay at home, ordering everything at home. But those days are well done gone. And many of those are going out of business now. And hey, we've got pretty much 30,000 individuals out there right now that are looking for jobs in the trucking industry.
USA News update. Washington, D.C. Metro Police say no shooter was found at the Senate office building this afternoon. U.S. Capitol Police began evacuating the building after officials said they received what they called a concerning 911 call. Metro Police say it appears to have been a bad call and there were no injuries and no shooter located. Former President Trump scheduled to be arraigned tomorrow on 4 counts related to his alleged efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election.
The attack on our nation's capital on January 6th, 2021 was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies.
Special counsel Jack Smith said his office is ready to have all the evidence tested in a court of law. A variety of reasons are being blamed for the spike in U.S. gas prices. AAA says there are 2 main ones: global supply being constrained after OPEC nations cut production and the summer's record heat. John Schaefer, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Two GN rookies nabbed their first top-level victories. The detonator went off twice for light super wins in Kentucky. And nonsense wasn't putting up with any at the Fort. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA pulled off its lone weekend of dueling Grand National events with the Fort Recovery GN in Ohio and Meade County Fair GN in Brandenburg, Kentucky, hosting a combined 10 Premier Divisions. In Brandenburg, two-time light superstock champion Adam Spiegelberg continued his winning ways with Detonator Black. Spiegelberg's sweep ran his win total to 3 and his division lead to 13 points. In High Torque Super Farm, the winner's circle was shared by Lee Butts' Press On and Brad Hart's Don't Ask. It was the first season win on the GN Tour for each. Division leader Deer Tracks, which was 3rd and 7th, now leads by 6. In Pro Stock, Brandon Simon was no light touch. His two John Deeres, Loud and Heavy and Loud and Heavy X, went 1-2 while brother RJ and teammate Jordan Nelson were representing at the Fort. And in four-wheel drive, Tyler Corsa earned his second GN win with the Patriot Ford. Both the Saturday Night Pro Stock and four-wheel drive classes were rained out, leaving Simon's Loud and Heavy and Jake Zering's Rule Number 19 in their division's leads. Meanwhile, in the Buckeye State, the association brought both flavors of heavy superstock to the venerable Twin Tracks just east of the Indiana state line. In Superstock Diesel, Travis Schlaw's Bone Twister and Kent Payne's Super Rooster took the wins. Payne has assumed the point lead. In Superstock Open, Cody Chizik claimed his first Grand National victory aboard Considered Armed and Dangerous HD on Friday night. In the inaugural Saturday afternoon session, class veteran Bob Gansmere reigned supreme with Rutten Deer. Gansmere's teammate Zane Daly leads the standings with Rutten Deer 2. In two-wheel drive, Donnie Sullivan earned a Session 1 first place on Big Stick. Then in Session 3, Joey Frazier and Come Around Sundown hung on through 22 challengers to carve another notch on the Petro Motorsports posts. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, a pair of past champs asserted themselves. Friday, Justin Gerhardt's cream of the crop put 6 feet on the field as the 2021 titleist climbs back into contention. Then on Saturday, former Region 2 champ Cody Hastings and Against the Grain reaped a test hook win. In KPXA Modified Mini, Little Heathen earned Andy Corporal his first GN win in Session 1. In Session 3, 83-year-old Ken Vini and his fun little farm-all sent the crowd into a frenzy with his third win in his last 4 Fort appearances. And in Unlimited, Marion, Ohio's Brad Benedict had a short but joyful trip home from Ambassador Park as his Nonsense laid down 2 spectacular passes. With those 60 points, Nonsense has risen to third in the standings. Just enough time remains to remind you of the 5-session North Iowa Nationals that will invade Chamber Acres in Rockwell from Thursday through Saturday, August 3rd through the 5th. Go to rockwellialions.com for facility information, including seating charts and campground maps. It's ntpa.tv for the live stream, and for everything else, including tickets, it's ntpapull.com. And for regional action, it's Monroe, Michigan Thursday, and Eaton and Urbana, Ohio on Friday. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Hey, thank you much, Mr. Dunlap. So I shared the video, I think it was from CDL Life this past day. Obviously, someone not paying attention to the big yellow signs and even the flashing yellow lights, showing that the upcoming bridge is 10-10. 10 feet, 10-inch clearance. They're just barreling along. It's a 2-lane road. Can't remember what state it is. It's known as they call it the Carter's Creek Can Opener. Well, I guess there's a reason it's called the Can Opener, because there's a guy in a pickup truck. I guess it's very familiar with this road, and he's like, okay, I'm behind a tractor trailer. And you can hear the guy. It sounds like he's got some kids in the car. He's all right, get ready. The dash cam's getting it all. Here we go. And I mean, I don't think he even hits the brakes, and you just watch the entire roof of the trailer peeled back, well, like a can opener. There you go. Looks like a railroad bridge overpass. Can't you read the signs? 10-10. All right, let me get back to the calls here. I think we missed Philip yesterday morning. It was pretty darn busy 24 hours ago. Hey, Philip, what's happening?
Yeah, buddy, I couldn't even get in yesterday. I held on for about an hour, and then I'm like, well, I got to get in here because I had to go to work. Sorry. But had to get in there. Couldn't hang around anymore.
Not a problem. Hey, so you had I tuned in. You had a successful launch about an hour and a half ago there. Did you get it? Were you up to see that or no?
No. Well, I got up at 1:30. I didn't see no launch. I didn't take aim at it or anything like that.
Yeah, okay.
But if it was another Starlink launch.
No, this was a satellite launch. It was a Falcon 9 from, I think it was Pad 40 there in the Cape, and they did stick the landing on the barge out there. But it was another big an Intelsat or something like that. Intelsat.
Yeah, it's probably it's an Intel. Yeah, it's who knows? It might have been a government one. You never know. They run so many now. I do want to touch on a couple of things, Steve, that you guys were talking about, because when I was on hold for that hour, I heard a lot from Cue Ball and Spaceman and different folks and 5-7, everybody. You were talking about the stock last night, about how, people were making a lot of money on it. What you saw when that stock was what they call a squeeze play. And what a squeeze play is you look for a stock that's really low, like say Yellow's really low, and it's going, the company, you know, it's going to go bankrupt. Everybody's going to buy that stock really low, and they're going to wait for that price to go up, and then they're going to dump it. I think one of the drivers mentioned yesterday the dump and run, and it's the same thing. And think about this. You go from even 75 cents to $1. That's just a quarter. But you think about if you have 200,000 shares of that at a quarter. That's a lot of money you can make. You know what I mean? And that was what happened yesterday. We were talking about. Mm-hmm. They squeeze it in. That's how investors work. They go in it. They buy a stock. They go in on it, and then they get out at the time when they want to make their most money or when it's high. And that's how the market works. And a lot of investors, a lot of people don't know this. They're watching everything and anything as far as data comes out about companies. So, you know, we've seen what's happened with Bud Light here lately, right? So that data being on the internet has influenced the investors in the way they invest. You know, and it's like a big gambling thing. They're looking at graphs and charts and seeing, they don't even care what Yellow does or what they haul or whatever. Mm-hmm. They just see that number, and that's what they're looking at. So that's how that works. Now, yesterday, Q-Ball was talking about the parts situation, how he can't get parts for his truck or quality parts or anything like that. Well, I can tell you right now, the reason that the quality of the parts has went down and everything is our own demise. How many companies, Steve, went overseas years and years ago because it was cheaper to make parts?
And well, that's pretty much what he was saying. I mean, all these Chinese parts, most of this stuff's coming out of China, and that's 100% correct. You get what you pay for, right?
Absolutely. And now, Dig, this is something that people don't think about. There had to have been a reason for that company to move overseas to save money. Now, don't we have an EPA over here in the United States, and certain processes when things are made are not like they used to be? Like with semiconductors, the certain processes that we can't do in the United States now because of our Environmental Protection Agency. There are certain things that we can't do because of the way our market's set up. There's a lot of variables in it. So we're kind of like a product of our own demise. How many times have you heard Trump say, we need to be self-reliant? Remember, how many times did he say that during his campaigns? How many times did he say that when he was running in office?
Yep.
He said that a lot. Yeah, everybody hears that, and they're like, oh, man, that's just an old cliche. No, it's not an old cliche, because we need to bring America back into America. And I know it's double talking there, but that's what needs to happen. We need to be self-reliant again. If we can't make something here, we need to find the process that makes it. We can make anything and everything in America. Try to buy a T-shirt now, Steve, that's totally made in America. It's impossible. It's very impossible to buy it. The reason being is everybody's cheap now, right, Steve? We want to go we got to get things cheap. We can't pay exorbitant prices for things. We don't want to do that. It's built into our mind. We got to buy the cheapest thing as possible. And that's what's happened. All that has caught up with us all these years. Just like Yellow's situation. Yellow's situation has caught up on Yellow because Yellow was misspending money years ago. This didn't happen overnight with Yellow.
Oh,
this happened over
20 years.
A bunch of years.
20 years.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And also, I want to talk about the drivers now, be it Yellow or anybody. I'm not trying to pick on Yellow tonight. I'm sorry if I am. But all these new drivers now that are unemployed. Okay, so we kind of saw this during pandemic a little bit with furloughs and all that kind of stuff. But applying for a job today is not like it was 30 years ago that some of these drivers are going to encounter. Okay? So, like, when you go and put your resume in with somebody, it's not going to be, you better not have a 3-page resume going back your whole lifetime. They want to see 10 years That's it. They want to get in there quick. They want to see the information. They want to get out quick. That's today's thought. And by the way, if you're not fluent on a computer or you're good on a computer, you ain't going to get a job today, because that's what you got to do. You got to do everything now on your computer. I mean, Steve, think about this. A kid goes down to McDonald's after they're in high school and they want to just get a job at McDonald's, you know, and they scan a QR code with their phone that brings the application up. They do the application on their phone, and it's done and it's over with. Now, you look at somebody like me. I'm in my mid-50s, okay? Guys like me that have been in working for years and years and years, they don't know a lot about them phones. Now, do they, Steve? Do you think there's guys that are actually like us that don't know what QR codes?
They're ready to go in and sit down with the manager and hand them a paper application. And I mean, and this has been, over the last 10, 20 years, I mean, everywhere you go to Home Depot, to Lowe's, they have a little kiosk where you sit down at the computer to fill in, put in your application.
Absolutely. And it's a lot different than it was years ago when we had it, you know. Used to be filled out an application, talked with a manager, had an interview, you found out right then and there. That process isn't that way no more. So a lot of learning now. Thanks for having me, Steve. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you much, Philip. Good to hear from you. And it was a successful launch this morning, by the way. Right there in Philip's neck of the woods. Kind of funny. A Florida sheriff's office issued a kind of a funny Facebook message, complete with the video, aimed at those who are inclined to call 911 over these massive manatees that they believe are in distress there at the beach. The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office noted over the weekend that they get calls all the time from citizens believing that these manatees that they're bunched together, climbing over each other, like they look like they're in distress. We can assure you they're more than fine. It went on to explain that the manatees actually mate in herds like this. And oftentimes they're right there near the shore. They mate all throughout the year, but generally mating herds like these are seen in the summer months. So if you see this, you don't need to call. They're okay. Remember, touching or disturbing manatees is not only illegal, but can be very dangerous. Pinellas County is west of Tampa on the Gulf Coast side. The Miami Herald citing officials noted anyone attempting to push the manatees out into deeper water will be charged with manatee harassment. They have special protections as a federally threatened species. Save the Manatees website explained that in shallow waters, the effect of their mating can be quite dramatic, with churning waters, flailing and flopping flippers. Yes, they look like they're in distress. A lot of people think it's like a beached whale. Oh, we got to get him back out into the water. Let's help, you know. And onlookers who are either curious about the commotion or concerned that the manatees are in distress or injured. Any disturbances to the mating herd may disrupt this natural behavior and actually jeopardize their reproductive cycle. So never fear, the manatees are fine.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, and we'll get back to the calls here in a moment. Got a few minutes till news break. I think we heard in the our very first top of the hour news the report about sex trafficking victims. The FBI found 200 sex trafficking victims and more than 125 suspects during a 2-week child exploitation operation last month. Officials announced this on Tuesday. Operation Cross Country. The FBI located 59 victims of child sex trafficking and child sexual exploitation and 59 missing children, teaming up with state and local agencies to identify or arrest 126 suspects of child sexual exploitation and human trafficking, and 68 suspected traffickers. This is just one operation. And just a week ago, we shared a story, I think it was out of Texas, just one community, where they had made a bunch of arrests. Sex traffickers exploit and endanger some of the most vulnerable members of our society. Unimaginable harm. And this operation, which located 59 actively missing children, builds on tremendous work the FBI has undertaken over many years to rescue minor victims and arrest those responsible for these unspeakable crimes. In partnership with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, we focused on identifying and locating victims of sex trafficking, investigating and arresting individuals and criminal enterprises involved in both child sex and human trafficking. You know, behind every statistic, they say, there is a person, someone with dreams, aspirations, and the right to live a life free from child sex trafficking and exploitation. As a society, we need to work together to ensure the protection, support, and empowerment of those impacted by this heinous crime. I found it rather interesting because, these child sex trafficking operations, these stings that are going on around the country, we've had the Sound of Freedom, the movie, right, over the last 4 weeks. Angel Studios, the little studio, Sound of Freedom. It's an indie film that's drawn the support from the likes of Donald Trump and many other conservatives. Has now captured nearly $150 million in domestic ticket sales. Now, that may seem rather small against some of these big Hollywood blockbuster performances from the likes of Warner Brothers, Barbie, Universal, Super Mario Brothers, grossing several $100 million. But this is indeed a solid theatrical run for a film that only cost about $14.5 million to make. It's especially impressive considering that Paramount's Tom Cruise Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 tallied less than $140 million since its July 12th release. The Warner Brothers DC Comics tentpole, The Flash, barely topped $100 million. Now, Sound of Freedom is also right on the heels of Disney's Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, which has generated about $167 million in box office grosses in the U.S. and Canada. So, just proves it had instantly, it got a following. A lot of it was social media and word of mouth saying, if you haven't seen this film, and we had several callers to this program saying, I saw Sound of Freedom over the weekend. If you haven't seen it, you need to see this film because it focuses on exactly this. An agent in the USA that worked on these sort of child exploitation crimes, but took the twist of where he goes to another country trying to rescue a couple of kids that are involved in the child sex trafficking. Angel Studios, they say, deserves a tremendous amount of credit for designing and executing one of the most unexpected indie box office runs in years, according to the chief analyst at boxoffice.com. So tip of the hat. And as I said, with all the crap that's going on in theaters these days, I think I'm still going to wait for the Blu-ray, the DVD to come out, and I'll buy it. News break on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. FBI Director Christopher Wray is announcing the rescue of more than 200 victims of sex trafficking in a nationwide campaign dubbed Operation Cross Country. The feds activated nearly every field office plus state and local partners to identify or arrest more than 6 suspected human traffickers. The 2-week initiative resulted in the rescue of 59 minor victims of child sex trafficking and sexual exploitation. The downgraded downgrading of the U.S. credit rating by Fitch is a warning shot across the U.S. government's bow. University of Central Florida economist Sean Snaith says that
in terms of budget management, we've been adrift here, for really decades.
Dr. Snaith says the downgraded credit rating for the U.S. could result in consumers facing higher rates on mortgages and credit cards. The new head of the United Auto Workers Union took to social media this week to lay out what he wants in a new contract with Detroit's big three car makers. Sean Fain says union members are suffering.
We're currently living in a cost of living crisis caused by corporate greed. Companies are jacking up prices to make larger and larger profits, while our wages have remained stagnant or regressed.
Fain also wants a 32-hour work week for union members. Meanwhile, striking writers and Hollywood studios will reportedly start talking again this week on Friday. The man convicted of killing 11 people at a Pittsburgh synagogue has been sentenced to death. Family member of a victim, Lee Stein, says is at peace.
Finally, justice has been served. And even though nothing will bring my dad back, I feel like a weight has been lifted and I can breathe a sigh of relief.
A federal jury reached the unanimous decision Wednesday. This is USA News.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine with Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec is designed for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Limits apply. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Summer continues with millions of Americans under heat alerts all across the South, where the heat index is hitting triple digits at the same time. Along with all the heat comes more concern about snake bites.
Snake bites during the summer are increasing in the U.S., as revealed by an Emory University study led by researcher Noah Skvornik.
We want to do a better job of being able to predict or project who may be bitten and when and where, and how we can try to avoid that.
The research indicates a notable rise in the chances of snake bites with higher daily temperatures. Among venomous creatures, snakes exhibit a stronger correlation between temperature and bite frequency.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Republican presidential hopeful Mike Pence is railing against President Biden's economic policies. While speaking at the Indiana State Fair, Pence said the cost of living is rising due to Biden's failed policies.
The economic policies of the Biden administration literally have turned the American dream into a pipe dream.
He laid out his plan to drive down inflation if elected president, stating he'll end runaway spending in Washington. The former vice president made no mention of his former boss, Donald Trump. There's new hope that the U.S. may soon get some information about a Texas soldier who was captured when he crossed into North Korea. The State Department has reached out to the reclusive country to get an update, and for the first time, North Korea has responded. But they didn't give an update. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, welcome back, everybody on the same page as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. All right. Welcome into Thursday. I got the rest of the story. Here's the yellow trucking makes news nationwide. Pretty much 30,000 people suddenly looking for jobs, right? According to one of the local Indianapolis stories, an Indianapolis trucking company reaching out to yellow employees after they laid off their 30,000 drivers this week and inching towards filing bankruptcy. Avery Darby says that's not just 30,000 people. Those are 30,000 families. Less food on the table, bills that aren't getting paid. It's extremely personal. Avery Darby grew up watching her father drive trucks. She now owns ZNR Dispatching and Logistic, helping hire others to move freight for trucking companies across the country. It's in all 50 states. We're looking for workers. We'd like to help, she said. She saw the Indianapolis WRTV story about Yellow shutting down. Several hundred of them are in the Indianapolis area. To those drivers that are affected by the situation, it's not over. It looks bad, feels bad, but it's not over. There are people like our company, and there are other good companies out there looking for you to assist you, looking for you to assist you. Glenn Brannon, who drove for Yellow for 20 years, said he was on pins and needles as the union and the company went back and forth. It's not like we didn't see this coming. He said employees were recently paid and met with union members about what's next. He said insurance was extended through the end of the week. In the meantime, he's asking trucking companies to reach out to these drivers so they can get back to doing what they love to do. I want to work, he says. I mean, people in this business are workaholic. A 40-hour work week for someone is a Wednesday for us. You know, we get up to 70 hours. We flirt with those 70 hours. I mean, it's a rough life, especially if you have a family. But as far as Darby's company goes, Darby said we're paying $6,000 to $8,000 for semis, $4,000 to $6,000 for CDL hotshot, $3,000 to $5,000 for non-CDL hotshot. We assist with gas by, again, leasing the truck and staying in the area you want. With the leasing of the trucks, we take on the responsibility of your tires, your service, and once you get to 600,000 miles, we give you a new truck. Not real familiar with, never heard of that company technically. Maybe some in the Indy area would be familiar, but. All right, then we got Gilligan. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. GMA&B News has got breaking news, Steve. I got it on good authority that Pappy and Rambler is headed to Florida. Pappy just scored a big drug bust, and they're going down there and smoke the devil's lettuce and watch the manatee orgies. You know, man, I didn't think I'd ever hear of an orgy involving animals, especially not on this show. Man, you're stooping kind of low there, ain't you?
It's a true story of nature. They herd mating. It's a new one to me as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That sounds like right up Pappy and Ramblers way. Yeah, hey everybody, it's a joke. They're probably both laughing right now. At least I hope they are if they're listening. I'm sure they are. You know, we keep hearing about that Voyager 2 out there in space, you know, like 20-some billion kilometers or whatever.
Yes.
And they're trying to make contact with it. Now, think about this. The electronics on this probe is from 78, did you say? It was 77 or 78?
70-something, yeah.
We was on reel-to-reel as far as computer technology, I think, or maybe just that. I don't think we was even on floppy disk then, were we? Were we on reel-to-reel in 78?
Yeah, I think so.
You think of how far back that goes in the world of electronics. Could you imagine modern electronics communicating with a computer from 45 years ago? That's just it's got to be be hard to get the technology to mesh. I'm sure they've been for the last 45 years.
Do you remember the old Radio Shack, wasn't it? Remember the TRS-80? It was called one of the first computers. It was a desktop computer. That was launched in 1977, the TRS-80.
Okay.
That's the kind of technology we had.
Tape? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
They used cassette. That had a cassette tape with it. Correct. Yes, a cassette tape. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. That's just amazing. They're still communicating with that space probe after all these years. It's just it's amazing how far that has traveled and everything.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to touch on the heat wave situation.
Are you there, Gilligan? Did we lose you? And he may have to call back with it. All right, so go. We lost you, and I want to touch on heat wave situation. So start right there, or not? Okay, he's in the middle of nowhere. All right, so maybe he'll give us a call back. Get a better signal. It's 844-844-3388. It's an amazing thing. Of course, that was one of the stops we made on our senior trip when we had the choice of like 3 different destinations. I think Gatlinburg was one. Washington, D.C. was I can't remember what our third option was, but the class opted, let's go to Washington, D.C. And we made the visit to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, Arlington National Cemetery. If you've never been there, it's a very sobering experience. A key element is watching a member of the Army's 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, marching 21 steps behind the tomb, pausing 21 seconds to face east, another 21 seconds to face north, then retracing those 21 steps back down the mat. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Do you realize what happens when it rains? 24 hours, 7 days? What about snow? 21 steps, pausing facing east, 21 seconds, north, 21 seconds. What about the wind? Well, even when as recently, winds in the D.C. area were reaching 60 to 85 miles per hour. As indicated in the tweet here, the Guard continued. 21 steps, 21 seconds, then back, whatever the weather. Now, this Guard represents a kind of nobility. Of course, so does the monument being guarded. The tomb contains the remains of an unidentified U.S. soldier from World War I, interred there after the November 11, 1921 funeral ceremony. Guard began in 1926. Soldiers from nearby Fort Myer, placed to keep people from climbing or stepping on the tomb. It initially manned only during daylight. The Guard extended to 24/7 in 1937. In the days before improved technology, unidentified dead were common in wars. According to the Arlington National Cemetery website, prior to the U.S. Civil War, American war dead were buried in mass graves. Around the turn of the 20th century, there was a discovery of an unidentified War of 1812 soldiers and sailors in a grave at the Washington Barracks, exhumed and buried at Arlington in 1905. Also at Arlington, 2,111 unknown Union and Confederate soldiers killed in the Civil War. Most of them from nearby Manassas, Virginia, the Battle of the Bull Run, and others from fighting in the surrounding countryside. It's estimated nearly half of those killed in the Civil War were unidentified. Soldiers killed in Europe during World War I, buried near where they fell, although their families were provided an option of having them exhumed to repatriate their remains. October of 1921, 4 unidentified U.S. military individuals were exhumed, and 1 was selected for transport to Arlington. As the unknown soldier lay in state at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, on November 10, some 90,000 people came to pay respect. The following day, a horse-drawn caisson and a procession took the unknown soldier to the state funeral at Arlington. 1958, the body of an unknown soldier from the Europe and North African theaters, World War II, and another from the Pacific Theater joined an unknown combatant from the Korean War. The 3 were buried in a crypt to the west of the World War I unknown soldier. Despite the tragedy of some 58,000 American military people dying in the Vietnam War, 1 was not identified and was placed at the Tomb of the Unknown in 1984. However, research and DNA evidence in 1998 identified the Vietnam casualty. First Lieutenant Michael de Blasi, a pilot shot down in 1972. His remains were then sent to St. Louis. The Vietnam War unknown soldier crypt remains vacant, but was dedicated in 1999 to service members missing in Vietnam. Despite thousands of U.S. war dead never being identified, especially before the 20th century, the nation continues to focus grateful attention on them, especially the one at the Tomb of the unknown soldier. But yes, day and night, all weather, all conditions. Yeah, the tomb guard remains. They shared a video of the incredibly wind and rain pelting. Imagine being out there with 60 to 85 mile an hour wind gusts trying to do that job. Back to the calls into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, Gilligan, you make it back into a cell zone there.
Yeah, I did. I want everybody to know, I got it on good authority that Pappy has scored some LSD, so they're really going to have a good trip down there. I'll tell you what, the Rambler come up with the perfect idea. He's going to do some filming, and GMA&B Enterprises is going to start offering manatee porn. So just wait and see. This ought to be interesting. I thought everybody'd be glad to hear that.
Somebody going to jail.
All right. Yeah, well, anyway, going back to Heatwave, I spoke to him yesterday evening before the show. He's got the problem with his license straightened out. He went over to the DMV and got his Class A's reinstated.
Okay.
So, and he does have a job lined up with CFI, which was one of his previous employers. So he's a little hesitant about it because the pay is not what he's wanting, but I guess it's a place to land for now. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And, yeah. He was talking about that truck that had 6 people in it.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. That's crazy. Back over 20 years ago, because I was still full flatbed for TMC, or the Moron Corporation, as I like to call them. I figured that out because you got to be a moron to drive for them, and I drove for them 2.5 years. So that's proof of that. But I was out in Ohio there, one of the rest areas east of Columbus there on 70, and got a Prime Incorporated truck there, the doors open, water pouring out of the back of it. It was a brand new trailer, and they didn't take the plugs out of the drains in the trailer so the water could run out of it. It was a reefer trailer. Man, his wife and had 2 twin girls in that truck, and all I could think of was, I can't imagine. These girls were like 3 or 4 years old. I can't imagine 4 people in a truck, let alone even if 2 of them were small kids. Could you imagine how much of a madhouse that was? I just, it's crazy. I remember years ago, you could see as many as 3 in a truck. 3 grown people in a truck. You know, I thought it was crowded when I was in training with 2, and I actually trained a couple people. And by the time their training was over, I was ready to get them out of my truck. You know, it wasn't so much the conflict between us; it's just the crampedness of trying to live in a truck.
Right, yeah. I mean, and
6 weeks at a
6,
time.
and I guess I mean, obviously there were 2 or 3 kids. I guess it was, but 6 people. I don't care. That is cramped quarters.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I can't understand that. But anyway, I'm going to get off here. That's about all I got for now, and I appreciate you taking my call. But just remember, manatee porn is on the way, thanks to Pappy and Rambler.
I'm sure we'll all be. Hey, we'll get our pre-orders in. Yeah, okay. All right, what do we got here? Eagle wanting to chime back in. Sundance Kid is on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, we've had this discussion before as more and more states legalize marijuana. A new Minnesota law that took effect August 1 authorizes adults to legally possess and use cannabis and cannabis products. The state's law enforcement and safety agencies held a press conference to discuss the new law and concerns about road safety. The new law legalizes adult use cannabis. It includes a 10% tax on recreational cannabis. Minnesota Department of Public Safety says despite the legality revision, it remains illegal to operate a motor vehicle when impaired by cannabis. Impaired is impaired, regardless of the substance. And, of course, the effects can be tragic for everyone on the road. According to the Minnesota State Police Chief, the agency reported that drugged driving while impaired accidents in Minnesota are increasing dramatically. Drugged driving accounted for 6,941 DUI incidents from 2012 to 2016. Compare that to 2017 to 2021. It was 15,747 accidents for drug-impaired driving. The new law specifies it is illegal for drivers or passengers to open any cannabis packaging, use marijuana, or consume other cannabis products, I guess, while the vehicle's on the road. Yeah, we got to get our news break in there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Washington, D.C. Metro Police say no shooter was found at the Senate office building this afternoon. U.S. Capitol Police began evacuating the building after officials said they received what they called a concerning 911 call. Metro Police say it appears to have been a bad call and there were no injuries and no shooter located. Former President Trump scheduled to be arraigned tomorrow on 4 counts related to his alleged efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election.
The attack on our nation's capital on January 6th, 2021 was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies.
Special counsel Jack Smith said his office is ready to have all the evidence tested in a court of law. A variety of reasons are being blamed for the spike in U.S. gas prices. AAA says there are 2 main ones, global supply being constrained after OPEC nations cut production and the summer's record heat. John Schaefer, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow. Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, had to hit the news break there, but real quick, back to the Minnesota scenario. What does the rule mean for truck drivers? Same as everywhere else. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has addressed the issue of legalized cannabis and cannabis products. The OIDIS Consortium Management Company is the Drug and Alcohol Consortium, which assists drivers in navigating the task of mandatory drug and alcohol testing. Felisa McCannon, supervisor of CMCI, said the answer to and the can I or can't I question is very straightforward. If you hold a CDL and you're driving a DOT truck anywhere in the United States, it is still not acceptable to partake in marijuana, regardless of what state, what your state has in place. If you choose to ignore that advice, a positive drug test will likely be in your future. And that's not good for CDL holders. All right, I think Eagle wanted to chime back in a bit about the yellow situation. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, brother. On the situation with the yellow deal, yeah, Steve. I hate to see these guys losing out on their job and everything. And yellow, I've seen their trucks on the road, for a long time, and it's a shame the way they did it. But at least they got noticed. They didn't do them like some other companies did, and they didn't, just like Arrow and Celadon and people like that. It just turn off your fuel card and you go. I don't think any of the yellow drivers got stranded out there. But yeah, I remember some of those shutdowns where drivers might have been 1,500 miles away from home and no fuel, no money in their pocket. I mean, screwed. Yeah. That's a bad feel. That's what they do in the trucking industry, Steve. If you're a company driver, if you ever anybody ever get in the truck driving deal, that's the first thing. If you ever get in bad with your company or you get terminated from a job, your trucker cuts, that's the first thing they do is I have a fuel card that I use that I can go to any truck stop in the USA and fuel up, with my company. But as soon as they get ready to terminate you or something go on, that's the first thing they do is turn off your fuel card and you pull into a truck stop to fuel up and you won't be able to get no fuel because, a lot of guys, when they get terminated from a job or quit a job or something, they try to, do something bad with the fuel in there because that's the most expensive, expense, because it costs over, $1,200, $1,300 to fuel up my truck. So that's a lot of money. So that's the first thing that a company does when they terminate somebody is turn off your fuel card so you can't steal no fuel. But as far as yellow goes, Steve, like I say, a lot of them guys, I don't know what kind of jobs these guys are trying to get. I don't know if they're trying to get back in the same industry. I mean, the LTL type positions. But from what I'm seeing, it seems like there's plenty of work out here on the road. They may not want to go over the road, but like I said, there's plenty of work. I'm sitting here at the truck stop right now, and in Tennessee, Nashville, like I said earlier, trucks in and out all night. These guys, it's booming. And plus, at my company, we so busy. Like I said, we got too much freight to haul right now. I got loads. Even before I deliver a load, they got me another load ready. So, hopefully these guys, can find another job. As far as, you said heat wave had a problem with his medical card, but I've had that problem before, like about 6 or 7 years ago. Because now it's all on the computers and digital, and you got to keep up with that stuff because I pulled into a scale house, a weight station, like about 5 or 6 years ago, and I thought everything was okay. And the man asked me for my driver's license, and come to find out my DOT physical card, they didn't update it. It showed that it had expired, and I didn't even know about it. And they the state I was in Kentucky at the time, they detained me. They wouldn't even let me leave. I was there for probably almost about 24 hours waiting on my company to try to update my medical card. So, yeah, these DOT officers won't cut you a break on that. So, yeah, you gotta have that taken care of. But, yeah, like I say, hopefully, heat wave, be able to find him a job. And some of these other yellow people that you have calling in to your show, hopefully they'll be able to find something in the future, but they may have to do over the road until they can find something else. But I wanted to say one other quick comment, Steve, about Donald Trump, about the Donald Trump situation before I hang up with you. Trump, like I said, he's supposed to have a news conference, I heard, after he leave Washington, D.C., probably around about 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow night from what I heard. He's going to talk about this latest indictment and what's going on with that, like he's done after the first two. He's going to explain to people what's going on and see. But, one thing I did hear that I think I told you this the other night, Steve. Now they're trying to make Donald Trump out to be a crook. They saying that Donald Trump is using the money that
that people are donating to him to pay his legal expenses. Because I told you, they claim he spent over $40 million already in legal expenses for these lawyers that are representing him. How expensive these lawyers are.
Oh, yeah.
But like I say, Donald Trump is not doing nothing wrong. Like I say, he gonna look like it could be $100 million by the time the election come around next year in November. The way Jack Smith is working, no telling how many more indictments they gonna give Donald. I know Atlanta, Georgia. Maybe you could update the people on that after hang up. I know in Fulton County, the lady that's in charge of that deal, she says she ready to go with it. The indictment, I guess she waiting on Jack Smith to give her the okay for that. That'll probably go down in the next week or two after Trump get out of this deal. There'll be a Fulton County, and then they'll find another one to put on him after that. So the indictments will continue, Steve, I believe. No telling how many damn indictments Trump will have by the time. He could have 8 or 9, 10 indictments, Steve. But like I said, they want to keep him busy for the next year in 2024. They want to keep him in and out of court, so he can't focus. But you know something, Steve? It looked like it's backfiring on good old Jack Smith and all these other people, because a lot of people are joining the band when they see how Trump is getting railroaded, and a lot of people are saying, wait a minute, I can't believe they're doing Trump like this, and they starting to get on the Trump bandwagon. It looked like they thought, because if you listen to CNN, I just happened to tune in today, those people are in shock. They asking each other questions. They said, I thought that these indictments was going to cost Donald Trump the lead. He's doing better than DeSantis.
Right.
They thought he was going to pick up. So yeah, these guys, it seemed like the people on CNN, they in shock. They can't believe it. They thought Donald Trump was going to be talking about dropping out of the race, and he was going to be last 1 or 2%. So keep doing what you're doing, Jack Smith, because it looked like it's helping Donald Trump. You're just too stupid to realize it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how the polls are actually. Yeah, that's showing what Eagle just mentioned, that he's not dropping in the polls. Actually, poll numbers are growing, separating a larger lead over DeSantis and the rest of the field. All right, you see, I think this is pretty much right up the alley with what Brain Dead was talking about the other night. He had put applications in with several companies, recall, and he'd, to date, I guess, turned down, 1 or 2 opportunities to go over the road because he doesn't want to be gone, weeks at a time. Most truck drivers don't in this day and age. And that's where the tricky part comes into play. And I think Cue Ball kind of addressed that this past, last night's program as well. I mean, you may never find that job that you loved so much. You're home every night, that, the designated run, home every day, sleep in your own bed. CNN actually this past day. Yes, CNN. Since Sunday, Mark Roper, a truck driver for 32 years, has been out of a job with 30,000 of his fellow workers. Yeah, Roper turned 59 in October, said he's not ready to retire. He's already started applying for jobs elsewhere, but the kind of trucking job he had at one of Yellow's regional carriers, the kind that lets him see his family every night, is difficult to find, far less common than the jobs that keep drivers on the road for weeks at a time, moving full trailers of freight. Roper said the company hasn't told him anything about severance. He's worked 28 years at Holland. I figure my severance is the unemployment I just filed for. Yeah, not really telling us anything. Well, I think we did share. Yeah, they do have a severance package based on the number of years and all that. But meanwhile, Roper said he's already started applying for jobs at other unionized trucking companies, including part-time work at UPS, driving jobs at ABF Freight, T-Force. But there are some companies he'd rather not apply at. The difference is in the particular sector of the trucking industry. Yellow, ABF, T-Force, all known what is LTL, pallet-sized shipments through a network of terminals. As a result, drivers are on specific routes during the day. Most get home every night, as Roper has done. But that's only a sliver of the industry. Now, they're breaking this down for the general populace that aren't really familiar with the different sectors of trucking. In contrast to the LTL carriers, truckload carriers make up a sector at least 5 times as large as the LTL part of the business. Almost all companies in the truckload sector are hiring. If only due to annual driver turnover that averages 55 to 60%, can be as high as 100%. Partly because truckload drivers are on the road for weeks at a time, moving one trailer full of freight from point A to point B, then picking up the next load, point C to point D, and on and on. Drivers will typically sleep in the bed, in the back of their cab, and shower when they can at the truck stop. The grueling life away from home is why Roper would prefer to stay away from that segment, although he said he'll take the job if that's what it comes to. I don't want to be away from family. I mean, family means more to me than anything. Especially recently, I lost my mother and stepfather to COVID, and my father earlier this year. Trucking overall has slowed in the past year. In 2021, with limited opportunities to travel and social gatherings, Americans were spending money on everything. Goods, not services, and virtually every item in a home was on a truck at some point. But with opportunities for social experiences back up and running, shopping for goods they need to be moved by truck has slowed, hitting the trucking industry across the board. LTL shipments fell 17% between 21 and 22, another 5% the first quarter of this year. Now, Yellow did not respond to CNN's questions about what they plan to do for its workers or when they might file for bankruptcy, blaming their problems on their inability to reach a new labor deal with the Teamsters. Yeah, we all know that. Roper's trucking job, which he said has paid him about $78,000 to $80,000 a year in recent years, helped him raise his family of 6 children, ranging in age from 37 years old, a disabled son, to a 12-year-old son who's still at home. Has an 18-year-old daughter about to start college later this month. He's already got some positive response from some of the LTL carriers that he's applied to. So at the moment, he's hopeful. But if that doesn't work out, he said, I'll consider looking at jobs in the truckload sector. I'm that type of person that'll do what I need to do for my family. And that makes sense. Sundance Kid, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. All right, well, I apologize for the way I got going the other day. I'm just passionate about trying to help these guys understand what's going on. And the reason these guys don't want to go over the road because they're going to be looking at about, if he's making $70,000, he's going to be looking at about $35,000 to be gone all that time. Now, if we do the $20 an hour for every hour you're gone, if you're gone Monday through Friday, that would be equal to $2,000. You bring home $1,500, you'd be at that number. This mileage pay is a ruse. All right, so the company I was working for, they were getting $5 a mile. Okay, if I average 60 miles an hour driving time, which is what you do, but when you break it down, you can only average like 33 miles an hour in actual life, the way the world is. You know what I'm talking about, Steve?
Well, you mean when you're having to stop?
Yes. When you average 60 miles an hour driving, and then you stop for your break, now you're at 33 miles an hour in world time.
Mm-hmm.
That's what all right, so if you could only average 33 miles an hour in world time, and you Well, anyway, I don't get those numbers, but it's a game. And all right, so these companies are getting $5 a mile to haul this stuff. The rates have gone up. I mean, and I've got the proof. This $1.80 stuff. I don't know who's putting that out there. That's a lie. But if you average 60 miles an hour and you do $5 a mile, that's $300 an hour. These companies are charging these shippers, right? Now you take your number and you take your say you get 60 cents a mile. That's $36 an hour. You're getting about 12% of what the pay is for the load. And then you take that, if you would up it up to 25%, which would mean you would have to be at 70, well, you're at 60, so you'd go to $1.20 a mile for the driver. That's good money. You could work, if you work 300 miles a day, you'd still make a good living. You'd still make your $75,000. If you work that other time, but they're shrinking the driver's pay. And it's all in perspective of what, back in the late 70s, an owner-operator was getting $1 a mile. $1 a mile then. Fuel was about 7 cents a mile. Truck payment was about 12. You're walking away with 70 cents a mile on. You were making $75,000 a year in the 70s. So if you and like minimum wage back in the early 70s was $1.05. Okay, now $1.05, and a truck driver was getting 10 cents a mile back then, right? All right, so 10 cents a mile. Now that minimum wage is now around $15. For McDonald's, they're paying $15. It's gone up 15 times. If you take the truck driver's 10 cents a mile and multiply it times 15 times, it's $1.50 a mile. If we could just, we need to be at $1.25 a mile company driver. And if you're an owner-operator, you need 3 times that because that's what it costs. So that would put you at about $3.60 a mile. But these companies are getting 5. And I'll tell you this, the company I work for, my boss man, had 20, him and another guy, and then they had a bunch of property for their, they had 20 operators, and, and if you take, well, anyway, he just bought a $2 million house, Steve. There's a lot of money left over for somewhere. $2 million house on 20 trucks. And if you take the percent, I couldn't make it on what they were trying to do to me. I averaged $2.89 a mile, they said, right? But when you do the fuel surcharge flipperoo, where you take the fuel surcharge off the load, they had my expenses up to $2 a mile. I was bringing home 89 cents a mile, Steve. And I caught them. I've caught them red-handed. And I can't wait till we go to court. But they still, it's been 10 months now since I asked for my rate comp. Still haven't got it. I've had a lawyer for 8 months and still haven't got the rate comp. If they were on the up and up, I could have had the rate comps from the beginning. They're supposed to show them to me in truth in leasing law. They're supposed to show them to me anyway. But these companies are, I'm just trying to tell you guys, they're taking your money, and there's plenty of money out there. He's buying a $2 million, and that's one of the losses. The other one, he's got a $200,000 motor home, got a Tesla. He's got let's see, what else he got? Yeah. He's got a Navigator, $90,000. They're making killing money.
Well, what do you reckon all these executives at Yellow were making? These are the guys.
Oh yeah, they're making $100 million.
That's right. And it's
right.
Not a new thing. I'm almost to my news break, but yeah, I get where you're coming from, Sundance. And it's not all companies. Yeah, that's why you can. We've talked over the years. There are the big names, and many of them with the highest turnover rate. Just talked about that in the truck. Why do they have the high turnover rate? Because drivers get in there most often. Yeah, those with less amount of experience, as soon as they can get to a point where they can get a better paying gig, they're out the door. All right, so it's 844-844-3388. Couple seconds here before news break. Let me flip over. I did come across FreightWaves. It's another item. I guess they're suing over the WARN Act. I kind of figured that would be coming down the pike. The class action suit filed against Yellow said the company failed to provide the required 60-day notice to their employees. Filed on behalf of California dock worker and union steward and other similarly situated former employees in the U.S. District Court for the District of Delaware. About 600 employees at the terminal there in Bloomington, California, terminated on the ground Friday without advance notice. The class action will include all affected employees of Yellow and its 4 operating companies, YRC, Holland, New Penn, Redaway. Not provided worker adjustment and retraining notification, WARN Act notices. They're seeking wages and benefits for the required notification period, which is 90 days in New Jersey compared with 60 days, I guess, in other states. Also seeking severance pay of 1 week for each full year worked for employees in New Jersey. In addition, the state has a statute entitling employees to an additional 4 weeks of severance pay when companies fail to provide advance notice. Yellow notified most of its 8,000 non-union employees on Friday that they were being terminated in posted signs at the terminals. So, yeah, we all know that. I've seen in the past this WARN Act things, it has to do with negotiating with lenders. But the fact that they still haven't technically filed, and now they're talking about maybe getting a deal with Apollo, a bankruptcy financing thing, they may end up having to, they may lose this lawsuit. So this is going to be kind of like uncharted territory, I guess you'd say.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. FBI Director Christopher Wray is announcing the rescue of more than 200 victims of sex trafficking in a nationwide campaign dubbed Operation Cross Country. The feds activated nearly every field office plus state and local partners to identify or arrest more than 6 suspected human traffickers. The 2-week initiative resulted in the rescue of 59 minor victims of child sex trafficking and sexual exploitation. The downgrading of the U.S. credit rating by Fitch is a warning shot across the U.S. government's bow. University of Central Florida economist Sean Snaith says that
in terms of budget management, we've been adrift here, for really decades.
Dr. Snaith says the downgraded credit rating for the U.S. could result in consumers facing higher rates on mortgages and credit cards. The new head of the United Auto Workers Union took to social media this week to lay out what he wants in a new contract with Detroit's big 3 car makers. Sean Fain says union members are suffering.
We're currently living in a cost of living crisis caused by corporate greed. Companies are jacking up prices to make larger and larger profits, while our wages have remained stagnant or regressed.
Fain also wants a 32-hour work week for union members. Meanwhile, striking writers and Hollywood studios will reportedly start talking again this week on Friday. The man convicted of killing 11 people at a Pittsburgh synagogue has been sentenced to death. Family member of a victim, Lee Stein, says is at peace.
Finally, justice has been served. And even though nothing will bring my dad back, I feel like a weight has been lifted and I can breathe a sigh of relief.
A federal jury reached the unanimous decision Wednesday. This is USA News.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine with Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec is designed for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Limits apply. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Summer continues with millions of Americans under heat alerts all across the South, where the heat index is hitting triple digits at the same time. Along with all the heat comes more concern about snake bites.
Snake bites during the summer are increasing in the U.S., as revealed by an Emory University study led by researcher Noah Skvornik.
We want to do a better job of being able to predict or project who may be bitten and when and where, and how we can try to avoid that.
The research indicates a notable rise in the chances of snake bites with higher daily temperatures. Among venomous creatures, snakes exhibit a stronger correlation between temperature and bite frequency.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Republican presidential hopeful Mike Pence is railing against President Biden's economic policies. While speaking at the Indiana State Fair, Pence said the cost of living is rising due to Biden's failed policies.
The economic policies of the Biden administration literally have turned the American dream into a pipe dream.
He laid out his plan to drive down inflation if elected president, stating he'll end runaway spending in Washington. The former vice president made no mention of his former boss, Donald Trump. There's new hope that the U.S. may soon get some information about a Texas soldier who was captured when he crossed into North Korea. The State Department has reached out to the reclusive country to get an update, and for the first time, North Korea has responded. But they didn't give an update. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Here we go. One more time around on believe it or not, already a Thursday. Thursday morning around the country. 3rd day of August. Not quite a full moon. 1 day passed, right? Yeah, let me quickly get back to this. Finish up with now suing over the WARN Act. When negotiating with the union, they say Yellow made it known that it would be out of cash as soon as last month, which we now know customers began diverting freight to others to avoid having shipments stuck in the network should they shut down abruptly. The pace of those diversions surged when they did not make the benefits payment. That triggered the threat of a strike. Now, this is what's going to happen. The plaintiffs, they're now going to have to navigate the WARN Act notice exemption for abrupt shutdowns of failing companies. A separation agreement issued to the employees at Yellow also referenced their WARN Act obligations or lack thereof. They say the company was not able to provide earlier notice of the shutdown, as it qualifies under the, quote, unforeseeable business circumstances, faltering company, and liquidating fiduciary exceptions set forth in the WARN Acts. Recall someone brought up last evening that going back to last week when word first leaked out about the sales head telling the salespeople, go ahead and tell customers we're going to be filing for bankruptcy. And then they went back and said, no, wait a minute. Call them back and say, we are following through with our fiduciary. That's the word they're looking to capitalize on. We're still working on getting financing. Now, also, Yellow will likely argue that it was in the process of obtaining financing and that the issuance of a WARN Act notice would have detrimental. It would have deterred potential investors. Now, that's what we've seen before, but as I mentioned before the break, as we're seeing now when they're talking about Apollo putting money in that would keep them operating, as they work through a restructuring kind of thing, I don't know if that's going to float in the courts. All right, the separation agreement provision did have 2 weeks of severance for employees there with 9 years or less, then an additional, 1 week for every additional 4 years for those with more than 10 years of service. The document showed employees would also be paid for earned wages and accrued paid time off. Now, here's the other kicker, which we hadn't even touched on. On Tuesday, employees of Yellow Logistics, which, see, this all gets kind of confusing. I saw that headline. I forgot logistics was different, right? Said they were terminated abruptly after assurances the company had funds to keep the independent subsidiary afloat while the parent company searched for a buyer. Let's delve a little bit into the rest of that story. Yellow Logistics employees said, confirmed, terminated Tuesday as part of a widespread layoffs at the independent subsidiary of Yellow. Now, whether this was tied to an actual shutdown of the 3PL was not clear Tuesday night. One employee said all staff were given short notice to dial into a company-wide conference call. On the call, employees were told there's no more money to fund the operation, and we're being terminated. Now, in recent days, the parent, Yellow, had been saying it's business as usual at the business formerly known as Henry Logistics. Yellow announced last week they were shopping that unit that specializes in truckload shipments, contract logistics, and warehousing distribution services, assumedly trying to offload that ahead of a bankruptcy filing. Another employee said the entire unit, roughly 150 people, including managers, were let go on Tuesday. Yellow hasn't commented since leadership at the Teamsters Union said late Sunday night they were notified the company was filing for bankruptcy. So we kind of get the rest of the story. So it almost sounds like, they've been searching for a buyer. Maybe they couldn't find one, or yes, indeed, they ran out of money completely. But now they're still waiting on this Apollo thing. The one story made it sound like today may be the day. Every day is another fluid day with this whole debacle at Yellow. Marty, Brother Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve. Praise God. And that's why we're praying for all these Yellow drivers, because a lot of them are not going to be able to find the kind of jobs they had. A lot of them, the jobs they will get, they're going to be in for a rude awakening because they're not going to have the company paying for the insurance anymore. They're going to have to start paying for their own insurance, and that's going to really hit a lot of drivers hard because for years, they've, part of the union contract is, the company picks up the insurance. You're just responsible for your deductible. But we are praying for them, and boy, I tell you what, old Gilligan, I just shake my head at him. It's not my fault. Pappy has a boat docked down there in Marathon, Florida, called Fat Bottom Girl, and Manatee is code for big-boned women that we cruise the coast and look at. So when we see them in the water, that's what we do. But anyways, all joking aside, and yes, Gilligan clears this with me before he goes on the air. So it's all in fun, God's children. The previous caller, SDK or SDS, whatever he is, the last time he had called, I read right through and was laughing at it. And I had to ask myself, I said, does he have a Cobra 148 or does he have a big old Galaxy with the Connex board? Because it sounded like he was a radio Rambo. One of them ratchet jaws behind the mic.
We're coming to get your ass. We're going to get you. I got you.
Exactly. Doing nothing but getting the drivers riled up, getting that one driver, so riled up that they'll want to fight, and say, sure, pull over here at this exit, and they'll be over on the shoulder, pumping the fist, walking around, and he's just going down the road laughing. Radio Rambo. So, SD, I know he's trying. I know he's trying to help, and we have a similar background. We both started with the same company around the same time. I wouldn't be a bit shocked if we really, have crossed paths, because I got started with Slow Wagon and Fast Traffic, back in '98. Originally, I was supposed to be going to work with Dirty Diapers, because we had the big contract with Baxter, and they were paying my father $6 a mile, but this was $1 million freight, and it was all medical supplies. And we had a run that went down to New Orleans which is now the big hospital down there is now known as Ochsner. So we had about 3 or 4 drops of Baxter Medical Supplies, paying him $6 a mile. Then we had a turnaround. We would go to, I forget the name of the chemical plant, but it was in Destrehan, Louisiana, and pick up a load of Freon in cylinders that would lay flat in the trailer and bring that back up there to McDonough, Georgia, because we were based out of Stone Mountain. But the Great Pumpkin Patch up north come in, and that's what's wrong with a lot of the trucking. You have these mega carriers that come in, like the Great Pumpkin Patch and Johnny B. Hunt and Slow Wagon and Fast Traffic, and that come in and said, why are you paying this guy $6 a mile when we can haul it for $3 a mile, and then pay these other drivers who don't know anything about the industry 21 cents a mile. So yeah, I mean, I remember my father, God rest his soul, you know, he kidnapped a couple of Snyder trailers that had his loads on them and went on ahead and delivered them anyway, if you know what I mean.
Right.
You get away with that back then if you knew what you were doing. But yeah, after all that went under, we sold the trucks and the Pine trailers, and he kept the Western Star, went to work. And some of the older drivers who know who this company is, Clipper, had the big old sailboat on the side of the trailer. And, of course, they went under, and, you know, he subcontracted with Martin Transports out of Mondovi, Wisconsin. And then, you know, I did my little old time with Slow Wagon and Fast Traffic, and I bought a truck and went over there. And, you know, the rest is his history. And, you know, I'd still be an owner-operator today if Dick Cheney didn't screw me over. And you say, well, Dick Cheney, I said, look, if you think George W. Bush was running the show, you are sadly mistaken, because he was just the figurehead. Old Cheney was the one running everything. But that being said, that's all in the past, and, you know, everything happens for a reason. You know, the Lord Jesus pulled me off the road, tore me down to the bare frame that was built on the solid foundation of Jesus Christ, built me back up, and I'm out here preaching the gospel to this day, telling everybody I can about Jesus, and praise God. You want to be a part of what we're doing, just find us at Determined Ministries Church on Facebook. We would love to have you. Steve, the Lord's gave me such a great message for this Sunday, and depending on what doctrine you believe, pre-trip, mid-trip, post-trip rapture, well, we all can agree that we're going to take a trip 10-4. If it comes down to it, let me ask you, would you take the mark? Would you, Steve?
The premise is, no.
Well, I tell you what, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be left behind who say just what you said. But the Word of God says you got to have this mark in your right hand or on your forehead in order to buy, sell or trade. In order to do anything, you got to have this mark. And there's a lot of people that say, no, I won't take it. Okay, do you know in the 3.5 years, the 7-year tribulation is going to be split up in 2 parts. 3.5 years, there will be children born. So after the 3.5 years of peace that the Antichrist is going to bring, and he reveals who he really is, and you have to take his mark, and you say no, will you be able to say no when you have a 3-year-old child come up to you and say, Daddy or Mommy, I'm hungry? Steve, going to be a lot of people going to take that mark. But anyways, come on and join us. Praise God. Love to have you. If you could tolerate my singing, you know, and you say, well, Brother Rambler, you need to find you a singer. Well, when God sends me someone to lead this music, then that'll be all right. Until then, you got to tolerate me, and I sing for the Lord, not for you. So,
there you go.
Praise God. That's right. But, Steve, remember this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And, Steve, I'll try and check in tomorrow. Until then, I love you, brother. God bless. Enjoy your pool, man.
Have a great morning. Thank you much.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. Hello to Rick in Columbus. I guess he joined in a little bit ago here. Yeah, Reds, oh boy. After giving up 20 runs the night before last, they gave up 16 runs. So the Cubs scoring 36 runs against the Reds in 2 games. 2 nights in a row, big-time scores, that is correct. But the Reds come on. So I guess that was a 4-game set, obviously. They split the series ultimately with the Cubs there. But let me see here. 5-7 back with us. Yes, sir. What we got?
Good morning. Yeah, what I understood on what Heat Wave wrote, and I think Chris covered it pretty good, is Heatwave was submitting online his information, and apparently, not knowing his license, wasn't a Class A license. It was a Class B, which would automatically he wouldn't be qualified to operate the equipment. And thank God he found out about that, and he was able to upgrade it or get it corrected.
Correct.
So that's what I was understanding, what he put in. It said that he got that worked out.
I mean, I'm kind of confused. What does a medical card have to do with A versus B? I mean, you got to have a medical card on either, don't you?
Well, that's that I understood what he had down there is it was, the difference between driving a tractor trailer or a dump truck.
Okay.
Straight truck. That was what I was understanding. Chris may correct me on that, and he, that's good. He talked to him. I just read what I read, and maybe I misunderstood what I read. But I had one for 2 years, and every time I get DOT checked, they would look at me funny. sometimes they'd laugh. I said, well, what is that all about? Finally, I get stopped 2 years into this license. DOT sitting there, he invited me up in the car, get out of the heat. My tractor didn't have AC. It was hot. So I'm sitting in there. He's filling out everything. He holds up my license to me, and he says, well, it looks like you. And I said, well, I hope so. He said, but you don't look like a female to me. He had my license right there on the license. Had me down sex, female. So the only thing I could figure out is when they were asking me, you like, sex? Yeah, I like females. I don't know how that got on there, but I made out. So they fill it out right there in the license bureau.
Well, I guess, in this day and age, though, it wouldn't matter. They probably wouldn't even ask about it. What the hell? Okay, Sarah, you identify as a female. That's fine.
2 years, man, 2 years. Finally, he was laughing. He held it up to you. It looks like you, but you don't look like a female to me. Oh, God, no. I walk into the license bureau. I made out now, and I showed the girl. I said, I don't know about y'all, but I'm not a female. I've never been a female. And she goes, oh, my God. I didn't have to pay to get a license renewal. They stood me in front of there, took another picture. And actually, I got 2 extra years of license. They put it back to 4 years back then. And I got 2 free years of truck driving on my CDL license. So it worked out. But, it happens. It happens. My son, he paid his fine. He got a speeding fine. And for some reason up in Columbia, South Carolina, they screwed up on his license. Well, he knew the judge in this little town, and they had revoked his license, driver's license, when he come to West Virginia to visit his kids. And he said, and I don't understand this, the town cop said, your license has been revoked. He says, he said, you better get worked out, and then he let him go on. I don't know. To me, it seemed like if I got stopped with a screwed up license, they wouldn't have let me drive on.
Mm-hmm.
But it was odd. For almost 6 weeks, he was running around with a permit out of the courthouse, saying that his license had been pulled for a clerical error of the town of Williston. But so whenever he'd get on the call and he'd run out there, and he had to walk around with this little clipboard with this paperwork on it. So when the fire department would call him out and he'd hop in he drove the fire truck, he'd have to have that clipboard with him everywhere he went. So that issue from New Mexico sounded like something that'd happen here in South Carolina, because I hear a lot of stories where they've screwed up people's licenses like that.
Well, I appreciate you clarifying this morning. We've all been kind of confused. We've known something was a little off with you, but I guess now we know he identifies as a female. Just never wanted. It's like this is the morning 5-7 came out. It's news break time. Thanks, 5-7. Copy in the mail. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Texas Governor Greg Abbott's refusing to back down in the face of a Justice Department lawsuit over that floating border wall.
Texas is going to take this case all the way to the United States Supreme Court to defend the rights guaranteed to us in the United States Constitution.
The system of buoys continues to float in the Rio Grande River near the border town of Eagle Pass. It's meant to deter illegal immigration, largely for their own safety. The DOJ lawsuit alleges the floating wall violates the rules that ban anything that affects the flow of the water. A study has found American workers will take lower pay for more benefits. The University of Oregon worked with researchers at Harvard and the Rand Corporation to study worker opinions on this. They found 20% of participants wanted better conditions even if it offered a 40% lower wage. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced. Call now. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call the Home Warranty Hotline now at 800-239-1876, 800-239-1876, 800-239-1876. That's 800-239-1876.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Two GN rookies nabbed their first top-level victories. The detonator went off twice for light super wins in Kentucky, and nonsense wasn't putting up with any at the fort. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA pulled off its lone weekend of dueling Grand National events with the Fort Recovery GN in Ohio and Meade County Fair GN in Brandenburg, Kentucky, hosting a combined 10 Premier Divisions. In Brandenburg, two-time light superstock champion Adam Spiegelberg continued his winning ways with Detonator Black. Spiegelberg's sweep ran his win total to 3 and his division lead to 13 points. In High Torque Super Farm, the winner's circle was shared by Lee Butts' Press On and Brad Hart's Don't Ask. It was the first season win on the GN Tour for each. Division leader Deer Tracks, which was 3rd and 7th, now leads by 6. In Pro Stock, Brandon Simon was no light touch. His two John Deeres, Loud and Heavy and Loud and Heavy X, went 1-2 while brother RJ and teammate Jordan Nelson were representing at the Fort. And in four-wheel drive, Tyler Corsa earned his second GN win with the Patriot Ford. Both the Saturday Night Pro Stock and four-wheel drive classes were rained out, leaving Simon's Loud and Heavy and Jake Zering's Rule number 19 in their division's leads. Meanwhile, in the Buckeye State, the association brought both flavors of heavy Superstock to the venerable Twin Tracks just east of the Indiana state line. In Superstock Diesel, Travis Schlava's Bone Twister and Kent Payne's Super Rooster took the wins. Payne has assumed the point lead. In Superstock Open, Cody Cheezick claimed his first Grand National victory aboard Considered Armed and Dangerous HD on Friday night. In the inaugural Saturday afternoon session, class veteran Bob Gansmere reigned supreme with Rutten Deer. Gansmere's teammate Zane Daly leads the standings with Rutten Deer 2. In two-wheel drive, Donnie Sullivan earned a Session 1 first place on Big Stick. Then in Session 3, Joey Frazier and Come Around Sundown hung on through 22 challengers to carve another notch on the Petro Motorsports posts. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, a pair of past champs asserted themselves. Friday, Justin Gearhart's cream of the crop put 6 feet on the field as the 2021 titleist climbs back into contention. Then on Saturday, former Region 2 champ Cody Hastings and Against the Grain reaped a test hook win. In KPXA Modified Mini, Lil Heathen earned Andy Corporal his first GN win in Session 1. In Session 3, 83-year-old Ken Vini and his fun little farmall sent the crowd into a frenzy with his third win in his last 4 Fort appearances. And in Unlimited, Marion, Ohio's Brad Benedict had a short but joyful trip home from Ambassador Park as his Nonsense laid down 2 spectacular passes. With those 60 points, Nonsense has risen to third in the standings. Just enough time remains to remind you of the 5-session North Iowa Nationals that will invade Chamber Acres in Rockwell from Thursday through Saturday, August 3rd through the 5th. Go to rockwellialions.com for facility information, including seating charts and campground maps. It's ntpa.tv for the live stream, and for everything else, including tickets, it's ntpapull.com. And for regional action, it's Monroe, Michigan Thursday and Eaton and Urbana, Ohio on Friday. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, several other tidbits I wanted to share with you here this Thursday morning as we kind of head down the home stretch here. If you ain't got no business here, go somewhere else. That's the word from Cleveland's Hopkins International Airport. Now threatening homeless people and loiterers with criminal trespass charges. Earlier this week, several no trespassing signs were posted in the departure and arrival areas, warning visitors how the airport enforces criminal trespass statutes. An audio message with similar warnings is now being broadcast near the Stephanie Tubbs Jones dedication exhibit, an area where public transit riders arrive at the airport. Now, this is in response to feedback from travelers and others about a number of safety and security concerns, assaults, thefts, damage to vehicles, aggressive panhandling, and unruly passengers. According to an airport spokesman, those spending time at the airport without legitimate airport business purposes must leave if an airport staffer tells you to. And if you don't, you may be arrested and charged with criminal trespass. Now, they emphasize the new warnings are for all loitering visitors, not just the homeless. I mean, that's teenagers causing mischief. Anyone acting suspiciously. Neither the airport nor the mayor's office answered Cleveland.com's questions about whether anyone who's been recently arrested for criminal trespass at the airport. The executive director of the Northeast Ohio Coalition for the Homeless said, homeless individuals have long sought respite at the airport. People are looking for safe places to sleep, and they found the airport to be a safe place. dedicated relation-based outreach services said people sleeping on the streets is the solution to the problem. Before we remove people from places, let's find places for people. So, I mean, yeah, one of my son's first jobs in law enforcement after getting out of the academy was downtown Cincinnati, where for years and years, Cincinnati had what they called the Skywalk that was very, very popular at one time. Most of it's gone now, but it used to be able to go from one shopping, the Macy's, the big Macy's downtown store, to another venue, and almost like a shopping mall above the streets in downtown, which had become pretty much the go-to place for all the homeless people to sleep. Sleep and defecate and everything else that you can't do if you don't have a restroom, and sleep, whether it's sleeping in stairwells or actually in the Skywalk, and pretty much patrolling the Skywalk, telling them, all right, Rob, come on, get up, you got to move on, you can't stay in here. That was his first job with Hamilton County, Ohio. All right. Another Ohio issue. I think I mentioned last evening that they're here in a few days now about Eskimo Mom's going to be actually working the polling location for the August 8th special election, which will have obviously significant implications for what's coming up on the ballot this November. Ohio voters will have the opportunity this fall to decide whether to guarantee access to abortion in the state, setting up a volatile fight rife with emotional messaging and competing factual claims. State officials said that a ballot measure that to change the state constitution had enough signatures. It would establish a fundamental right to reproductive freedom with reasonable limits, in quotes. Language similar to constitutional amendment that Michigan voters approved last November. It would require restrictions imposed past a fetus viability outside the womb, which is typically around the 24th week of pregnancy and was the standard under Roe versus Wade, to be based on evidence of patient health and safety benefits. Every person deserves respect, dignity, and the right to make reproductive health care decisions, including those related to their own pregnancy, their miscarriage care, and abortion free from government interference. It's the standard argument from one side or the other. Republican Secretary of State Frank LaRosa determined that Ohioans United for Reproductive Rights, that was the group, submitted nearly 496,000 valid signatures, which was more than the number needed to put this before the voters on November 7th. Now, it remains to be seen what percentage of the Ohio electorate needs to support the amendment for it to pass, because that's going to depend on the outcome of this August 8th special election, called by State House Republicans to determine whether to raise the threshold for passing future constitutional changes from a simple majority, 50% plus one, to a 60% plus one, which would be a supermajority. Now, the Associated Press VoteCast polling last year said they found 59% of Ohio voters say abortion should generally be legal. So this could be a big determining factor. The August ballot measure would also eliminate the 10-day curing period when citizen-led campaigns can submit additional signatures if they fall short the first time, and increase the number of counties where signatures must be collected from 44 counties to all 88 counties. But those provisions would come too late to impact the abortion issue, which has already faced both legal and administrative hurdles to now be poised for a vote. Now, currently, abortion is legal in the state up to 20 weeks of gestation under a judge's order issued in a lawsuit challenging a ban once cardiac activity can be detected, or about 6 weeks into pregnancy, which is oftentimes before many women would even know they're pregnant. The Republican Attorney General has asked the Ohio Supreme Court to overturn that stay. Ohio's anti-abortion network has signaled they're ready to fight the November proposal, vowing a vehement and well-funded opposition campaign. So this has been the issue on a number of ballots around the country. Ohio just joins into the fray this November. Of course, in the first statewide test following, and this is all about overturning Roe versus Wade and the nationwide right to abortion, which leaves abortion policy now up to the individual states, as it should have been to begin with. Now, in the first statewide test of that decision, Kansas voters resoundingly protected abortion rights last August. Then in November of last year, 5 other states, California, Kentucky, Michigan, Montana, and Vermont, either enshrined abortion rights in their state's constitutions or rejected constitutional restrictions on the procedure. But technically, this is the way it's supposed to work in light of the overturn of Roe versus Wade. But yeah, the whole, I guess that's what they're saying this August 8th, which again, that's, I guess, next Tuesday. Yeah, that could be a big determining factor. And I think there's a lot of confusion out there on this is one of those things that's worded, do you vote yes or no? Yes, that you want abortion, or yes, if you want the 60%, or yes, if you want to stay at 50%. A lot of confusion, and of course, with a special election, with that being the only issue on the ballot, I'm afraid there's going to be a very low turnout, and it's going to be crazy. But if it goes to the 60% supermajority to change anything else put on the ballot, constitutional changes, that would be pretty big. All right, so that's where things stand in the state of Ohio. I myself, I'm going to have to, because I've been getting all the brochures and the mailers, the flyers in the mail, and all these things. Vote yes on issue, vote yes on August the 8th. Vote no on August, and which vote means which, so a lot of confusion out there. And I think a lot of time it's intentional where they kind of get things bass-ackwards on that. Hello, Scarecrow.
Well, Steve, at the get-go of the program, somebody had signed on and advised us to be careful, drive careful, and look out for the other guy. You suppose that meant looking out for big rigs coming down a on-ramp the wrong direction?
I believe that would be a key example of just that. You encountered that?
Well, no, but I was witnessing that. Actually, the big truck and a couple four-wheelers were kind of doing a standoff, trying to decide who had the right-of-way there. But I could kind of see how it might play out if you're not familiar with it. Both the on-ramp and exit ramp run parallel in a half of a cloverleaf arrangement, so you might have obviously turned one street or one ramp too quick, but didn't look like there was going to be any damage there by any means. Steve, does Amazon handle all their freight, or are there still outside carriers that might be moving some of it? In this case, Yellow.
Yeah,
any idea?
I would not be aware. It seems like they will still throw off some of their stuff to maybe the U.S. Postal Service or FedEx if need be. I've seen some of the smaller packages, I think. But most of it, I believe, is going straight through the Amazon, all the Amazon drivers.
Right. I'm just curious. My youngest mentioned yesterday that he's had a package sitting out in Denver for about 3 days now, and he got a message from Amazon yesterday. If it's not here by the 15th, they'll just automatically send a refund. So just yellow come to mind off the top of my brainwaves and whatnot. But I just maybe there's somebody else out there that has a clue how all that operates. But that was just a curiosity there, and then I did send a short video, whether you had a chance to watch it or not. We discussed it last night when Trump had told everyone to go home, on the 6th, and I didn't watch the longer version. This was just a short minute and a half clip or whatever. But I get it's probably, as you said, once he saw that things were heading in the very wrong direction and all way, that's when he asked them to please leave quietly and behave yourselves. But by then it was obviously beyond what he was going to control and such. But that's primarily that's.
So what do you think but I mean, you had a 2:30 and a 3:30 tweet. I mean, in each case, pleading with his followers, no violence, peaceful protest. So does that not fit in? Is that not enough to say he did his best to try to quell what was going on? No violence. Support our men and women in blue.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, that was leading right up to the march to the White House. It was neat and nice and neat and orderly and such is what he was advising and asking for. And probably for the most part, it probably went that way until one feeds off the next, and when there's a little and skirmish is going to take place, well, then more get fired up, and we've always been talking if there were some infiltrators in there kind of leading the charge and spurring things on. But either way, it's not going away. It's not going away anytime soon, that's for certain. It's going to follow them right up to Election Day and maybe beyond then too. But, let's see, was there anything else? Oh, there was a high note the other day. My daughter-in-law, the author there, she got another remittance from the publisher that they're going to make it available in the United Kingdom. So apparently pre-sales in the continental U.S. have been pleasing the publisher and looking at bigger and better things. So, but that's more of a casual type subject and whatnot, and we'll leave it at that, Steve, and we'll load up for tomorrow. What do you think?
Maybe for Casual Friday, right? All right, hello to Monty Python, who says via email, "Good evening, Your Honor. I enjoyed the show tonight. Listen to you. I'm just now leaving Dry Ridge, headed back to the Motor City. But I saw this new definition. I kind of like it. Thought I'd pass it on and share it with you, which is an attachment to a photograph, which you open up, and a couple of hot chicks in bikinis on a boat somewhere out there, holding up a big flag that reads LGBT along the bottom of the flag. And you think, what? Oh, and then you say, I get it. Above the L is the Statue of Liberty. Above the G is a gun. Above the B is a big beer. And above the T is, well, I'll leave it to your imagination. Good times. We'll say Hooters. Happy Thursday, coffee up morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Again, 85 today in Fort Wayne, 86 in Sterling Heights, as we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back. Have a safe, great day. It's the last day of the week for me. I'll be headed up to Michigan International Speedway for the NASCAR weekend. All right, only 144 days till Christmas, says Truckin' Phil. Semper Fi. All right, Truck and Phil. Hey, enjoy your weekend there at Michigan International. Be safe. Is that Gilligan back there?
Yeah, this is Gilligan back. Hey, I need to clarify on Heat Wave's license. Seemed to be some confusion. They degraded it down to a Class D, as in Delta.
That's what I thought it said, and I wasn't.
Bravo.
I wasn't familiar. I don't even know what a Class D is. That just a standard driver's license?
That's what that is. Class A is a combination, as most people know. Class B, just you can run a combination, but the trailer can only be so heavy. I can't remember the exact weight on that. The Class C, there is a Class C CDL that some people are not familiar with. That is where you're driving a regular passenger vehicle, like a pickup or something like that, that's under 26,000 pounds, but you have a hazmat endorsement. It's mainly for people that haul explosives in pickups and stuff like that. In fact, when I was in truck driving school in '99, we had a guy come in and click his test for a Class C CDL in a pickup. That's all he needed, but he had to have his hazmat because he was going to be hauling explosives for a local demolition company. It is a Class D as in Delta, not Class B as in Bravo.
And I didn't know. I thought that might have been a typo or something, because that's what I saw. I remember on his Facebook post it said D, and I said, I don't know what that is. So I guess that's probably what I've got in my wallet, right? Just a standard automobile driver D license.
Yes, that's what you have.
Okay.
I did talk to Blind Man 2 days ago. Amy is doing better. He's doing a good bit better. She's lost some weight and stuff, and she's more back on her feet. So, from promising news from Blind Man. So I'm hoping they get doing better. So
okay.
I hope everybody has a safe day and take care.
Yes,
Thank
indeed.
You for taking my calls.
We indeed had Blind Man on. He was on hold last evening, but we ran out of time before we had a chance to get to him, and I apologize. So thanks for the update. All right, finally, a final note. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage, as we call it, keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. At the same time, store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And with that, we close it out here on a Thursday morning. Have a safe day. Come back, and guess what it'll be? At the midnight hour tonight, we'll be rolling into a Friday.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,